our workshop session. We're actually going to start in about 5 minutes. Councilman Coates is out back, and we just had a really exciting surprise pull up. So we're going to start 5 minutes late. We invite our county attorney Eric Clark and Assistant Leisure Services Director to come out with us, and we're gonna go check out a surprise here, and then we'll start in about 5 minutes.
Must be a new
are watching the live feed or recording on our YouTube station, we just went outside to see our brand new 107-foot ladder, Pierce Ascendant ladder truck. So it's pretty cool piece of equipment. But now we've got to get back to work. Today is June 22nd, 2022. It's just after 4 p.m. We're here in the Washington City Council chambers for our workshop session. We'll call for a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda for the work session for June 22nd.
Motion by Councilmember Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The agenda is approved. We'll move on to item number 2, which is the presentation on the Northern Corridor and the Desert Tortoise Take Permit. Our Washington County Attorney Eric Clark. Eric, thank you. We spoke about this a while ago, and the information you shared with me was so valuable, and this is such an important part of our community with the Northern Corridor and traffic movement and everything. That I appreciate you accepting my invitation to come and present before the council. And I didn't get the slides, but I think we had lunch. So anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I know several of you. I don't know all of you. Look forward to getting to know some of you better. But it's kind of fun to watch a new mayor come in and they start hearing all the different things that mayors hear and all the extra meetings they have. And I've been impressed with Mayor Staley. He's excited to make sure that you guys are in the loop on some of those things that happen and have a countywide impact or impact your area. And so that's why I'm here today. It's a work session. Ask me questions, interrupt. Don't let me just talk at you, please. Just jump in and let's just have this be a conversation as we talk through stuff, please. So we're gonna go through and talk a little bit about the history of desert tortoise in Washington County and how we deal with the desert tortoise regulations that are out there. Talk about the Northern Corridor. I know that's a road that is in your guys' municipality by and large. And then at the end, I'll kind of give an update on where we're at with the lawsuit and share the things that I'm comfortable sharing publicly on where we're at with that. So just to keep in mind, the end result of what we're talking about that impacts you guys is the Northern Corridor. This is the route through the reserve. The blue part is the route through the Desert Reserve that has been approved by the BLM. You can obviously see the portion that runs through the Green Springs area also that's already in. None of the stuff in the blue is in, but we do have a right-of-way that's been issued to the state from the BLM for that road. Where we're at on that is there's a lawsuit. About 15 environmental groups sued to challenge that decision from the BLM. And so that's pending. And we also have it to get the right-of-way issued. You designed it to about 30%. So UDOT has contracted with Horrocks Engineering to finish that design. So we're kind of both things are happening at the same time. We're working on the litigation side, and the state's still moving forward with getting it fully planned for their stuff.
So, Mr. Clark, the lawsuits were anticipated.
Yeah. One of the advantages of lawsuits when it comes to public lands issues is that usually you can anticipate them a year out, because in order to have standing, people have to file stuff at every step of the public process, and they have to voice their concerns in order to have the right to challenge those later. So there weren't any surprises in the lawsuit. We'd seen them, BLM had seen them throughout the whole process, and we think had properly addressed them throughout that, so that by the time you get to court, nothing's new. So this is a picture of Tuacahn Drive and then the actual amphitheater. I'm sure we're all familiar with Tuacahn. I'm not sure if we're all familiar with the issues that the desert tortoise caused with the construction of Tuacahn. So early 1990s, Tuacahn's being built. Hiram Smith largely funded that, right? And around that same time, the desert tortoise became protected under the Endangered Species Act. And so while construction was happening, they found 2 desert tortoises that had been run over on the road going from Ivins into Tuacahn. And under the Endangered Species Act, it's illegal to harm a protected animal, right? And so everything kind of froze, and there was a collective gasp and maybe some freakouts, and everybody thought, well, how in the heck do we figure this out? There was a time so the construction froze, and then they said, well, you can access the construction site, you just can't do it by motorized vehicle. So there was a time that people were riding bikes along the path. There were hay trailers that were being used, horse-drawn hay wagons were being used to haul in the equipment that was needed to build the amphitheater, haul employees back and forth. And that happened in our community until we could get stuff in place so that legally we had a plan, and the Fish and Wildlife said, okay, now you can continue to move forward and live life more normally again. But that was kind of an eye-opening event to a lot of people in the county. Washington County was growing rapidly then. And the thought that if someone finds a dead tortoise on the side of the road can suddenly stop everything, even if what's happening is on private property and a permitted project that's in the middle of happening, that was a concern. And so people got together and said, well, how does this work? And there is a way to deal with this in the Endangered Species Act. The Endangered Species Act was passed in the 1970s. Poor Jeremy's heard me give this pitch before, right? The Endangered Species Act was passed in the 1970s, and it was that wasn't me calling you out. That was me apologizing for repeating stuff. And at that, before then, there really weren't protections if something was on private property. And we were seeing species across our country that were dying off due to development. And so with the Endangered Species Act, Congress said, hey, we're gonna stop focusing on private property rights as much as we have in our country in the past. We're gonna focus more on protecting animals and protecting plants, but plants not as much on private property. And so they kind of said, that's how this is gonna work moving forward. And then they scrambled to, well, but what happens when those two things conflict? Because they do, right? And so what happens is people come in and they propose a plan, and any individual property owner can do this. You propose a plan that says, hey, I know there's a protected animal on my land, but I want to develop the land. So I'm going to propose a plan to help that animal's recovery efforts. And then as long as you can show that your plan's going to do that, is going to be a net benefit, then the Fish and Wildlife Service has to grant you a permit that allows you to develop the rest of that land and potentially kill or harm in some way the animals that are on that part that are unprotected. That's tough to do on an individual property owner by individual property owner basis, right? I mean, you can imagine how tough that would be given all the regulations that are in place now. It took us 5 years to renew our plan that had been in place for 20 years. If we were asking private property owners to do that before they could develop something, that would just be a hurdle that would stop development. So in the 1990s in our county, they said, okay, let's do a county-wide plan. And because it was county-wide, the county kind of took the lead on that. All the cities signed on to it. And it was a reserve-based or a land-based plan. We said, we're gonna protect the land, and I'm gonna walk over to a screen. Is that okay? We're gonna protect the land from the west side of Red Mountain in Ivins. So this is the Tuacahn kidney or appendix, right? So Snow Canyon's right here. We're gonna protect that area. We're gonna come through and protect the Red Hills Parkway cuts right here. And we're gonna protect all of that area, and then come up north of St. George, come up north of Washington, all the way over into Hurricane and Leeds, and down into Hurricane. So they can't be online. So sorry if you're online, I just cut off where we went. But it's a huge area of land. If you were to drive that in the county, you could spend the better part of a day going on the dirt roads from Red Mountain all the way down Babylon Wash or Babylon Mill Road to the Virgin River, and that's all reserve. So that's permanent open space, but it's there primarily. We did that to protect the tortoise and other potential species. Parts of that, so the county proposed that the Fish and Wildlife Service accepted it, and the county didn't commit to own the land. The county committed to help manage the land. So we provide fencing, we provide law enforcement patrols for the additional rules that are out there. It's not motorized, like there's access, but you can only be motorized on roads. And BLM was a partner with us in this. BLM committed to buy out any in-holdings, anything in that was privately owned. BLM committed to buy, and the county also said we're gonna go to Congress and ask to make this a national conservation area, so that it has even heightened protections, and that would open up more money to help with the management and the recovery of the tortoise. So that was accepted. In return for offering to help protect this land, we basically got carte blanche on all the private property throughout the rest of the county. So everybody else knew they could develop their property. The hoop they have to jump through is they have to, if it's potential tortoise habitat, they have to call the county. We have a full-time biologist and an HCP manager. They go out, they look for tortoises on the land. Once they clear it, if they find any, they take them and they move them into the Leeds Hurricane, the Babylon Road area of the reserve. Once they've cleared that for tortoises, the property owner can fence it and can develop it however they want. So that was kind of the compromise that we struck in our county of how we're going to balance this, helping the tortoise and still being able to develop our private property. And it was funded through an impact fee that at the time in 1996 when this was passed was 0.2% of the construction costs and $250 an acre. The $250 an acre has gone away now, and we're just at the construction cost. So, that comes out to be, if someone today is building a $500,000 home, it's a $1,000 impact fee, depending on how the cities and towns do estimated construction costs. But that's how we fund all of our tortoise activities. So that was the plan, right? We said, this is what we're gonna do. And the plan worked pretty well. So this is kind of an interesting picture. The gray is the areas of the county that were developed in 1995 when the plan was put in place. The yellow is potential tortoise habitat. So you all know that today we've developed well outside of where that gray is, right? We've done a lot of development in our county in the last 20, 25, almost 30 years that this plan is allowed because it's all happened in that yellow. So the plan has allowed us to develop as we're trying to help the tortoise in a way that gave property owners some certainty there. The issue we run into is with all that development, and the transportation planners were saying this before, they were saying, we're gonna need a road. We're gonna need, as this all develops, and this all develops, we're gonna need a way to get people from here to here without having them go down St. George Boulevard. And at the time, in the 90s, when the original plan was adopted, the transportation planners were already saying, we are gonna need a road there. There were some arguments in the meeting. What do we do? Can we put a road there? Well, that's where we're protecting the tortoise. And they just left the plan silent on it. They didn't speak to it at all. And our original, so you submit a plan and then you get a permit that lets you take tortoises and take habitat, right? That permit expired in 2001, or not 2001, 2021. So it was time to renew our permit, and we had a couple of issues. We knew we needed a road, and we had, one of the things we'd accomplished in that first time of the plan is in 2009, Congress created the National Conservation Area, the Red Cliffs National Conservation Area. So that whole Red Cliffs Desert Reserve area basically got additional federal funding and some additional federal protection. The County Commission asked Congress to do that. They worked closely with Senator Bennett, who kind of led that charge. And as part of that law that President Obama signed when it passed, they said that BLM will develop a comprehensive travel management plan in our county. And as part of that plan, BLM will identify one or more alternatives for a northern transportation route in consultation with St. George City, the county, and other governmental entities. So not everybody agrees with this. We felt like that's language that says that we're going to have a northern corridor going through the reserve. Because if you look at the map, yellow's BLM land. There's not much land in the northern area of our main transportation area that's not BLM land, right? And that's all part of the National Conservation Area. So in 2009, we thought, great, Congress told us we're going to get a road, and we're just going to march forward with that plan. UDOT put in the flyovers on North Bluff, planning on having that northern transportation route, the northern corridor, drop that traffic down into that. And they eventually built out the Washington Parkway in your guys' area, all planning on having this road. But then our permit expired. We actually filed to renew it in 2015. So we weren't behind the ball. We filed over 5 years before it was going to expire and said, hey, we're going to want to renew this. And my dates has to be wrong there. It couldn't have been 2021. It expired in 2016. We applied a year before it expired. So it expired, and like I said, we had a couple of issues with the renewal. One of them was, what do we do about the northern corridor? Because that need was becoming more and more obvious that we were going to need that road. The other issue was, what do we do? There were some private inholders that are still inside the reserve, and how do we get those guys out so that that land becomes protected? It's potentially subject to development. They'd have to go get their own permit, but they could still develop that. You know, adjacent to your city boundaries in Green Springs, there's private land, and that's an issue that we would like to get that land protected, and make those property owners whole. So those were our issues we had to deal with on renewal. And I won't get into the inholders. If you want me to bore you one day, I can talk about that. It was like 50 different land deals, and we're still working on it, but we're making progress. On the northern corridor, SITLA helped us out, because SITLA knows that if our tortoise permit goes away, SITLA's going to have to go get its own, because SITLA's the biggest property developer in our county. And so SITLA came forward and said, hey, we have this land west of Bloomington. So you've got Navajo Drive is right here coming in. The Bear Claw Poppy Trailhead is right there if you've been out in that area. All of this blue is SITLA. The blue crosshatch is BLM land. It's an area of critical environmental concern. In government speak, we call that an ACEC. BLM has listed that for additional protection for an endangered plant species. But the blue is all SITLA, and under our 1996 permit, that was all subject to development. And SITLA could be out there putting houses out there. SITLA came forward and said, hey, we really want to focus on the southern block for our development, and we know that there are tortoises out there because mountain bikers see them all the time. And so we did some quick tortoise surveys, and the area is thick with tortoises. Side note on desert tortoises are not flourishing in their recovery efforts. In Nevada and Arizona, or in Nevada and California, I think they have some Arizona habitat. They're not doing very well. They like our climate better, and they do better here. Wildfires have been bad for our tortoise population, but if you look at tortoises per square kilometer of what we have either in this area or in our reserve, nothing in Nevada or California comes close. Like, we'll have 2 to 3 times the tortoise density to their best habitat. So it's really good land for the tortoise recovery efforts, and this has as many tortoises on it per kilometer as the areas in the reserve that are thick with tortoises. So SITLA coming forward and saying, hey, we'll offer this up. You can include it as part of your reserve and protect it in exchange for the northern corridor, because the northern corridor is a road going through what we had originally said is going to be protected land, right? And so we needed to offset that impact to the tortoise in some way. So we drew a polygon that captured all the SITLA land, and the BLM land adjacent to that, and is inside enough that if there is ever a need for a western corridor coming out of Santa Clara and going down into Sun River, that would happen outside of this. And we said, well, let's protect this area. And Sitla agreed to sign on. They did just like they did the first time. There's a bunch of Sitla land inside the reserve, and I can go into why that's financially in Sitla's interests. So that's what we offered up. We said, okay, we're gonna get permission to put a road through here, and that's the Northern Corridor, Washington Parkway, right? And we're gonna add this area to the reserve. It's not contiguous; it doesn't touch each other, but that's okay because this is already carved up by State Route 9 that doesn't have tortoise crossing. The road through Snow Canyon Parkway, tortoises do cross that. Obviously, tortoises aren't crossing under the freeway to access the reserve. So it's already kind of carved up into different areas. And this is an area that has tortoises on it and that we can help protect. So that was the deal that we offered up. The Fish and Wildlife Service under the Trump administration was very supportive of that. And we got our permit renewed for another 25 years and the right-of-way from BLM given to UDOT. Those decisions were signed the weekend before President Trump left the White House. So it was like January 17th or something. And that was our end. So that was kind of our end result of where we were at on that. So then, as expected, the group of environmental groups that had been kind of pushing back on us throughout that process filed a lawsuit, and that lawsuit's still in its very earliest stages. I suspect that that's just a COVID thing. The lawsuit was filed. The environmental groups sued the federal government over both our permit and the UDOT right-of-way. And the county and the state immediately asked to intervene in that lawsuit, asked to be allowed to join the lawsuit. We were prepared. We had our litigation team put together. We had the motion written. So they filed. We moved to intervene. The judge immediately granted that. And then as soon as we were in, we filed a request to move the lawsuit from Washington, D.C. to Utah. It's typical for environmental groups to file lawsuits in Washington, D.C. It's typical for the federal government to move them from Washington, D.C. back to Utah, or back to the place where their employees that worked on it are based, right? So we asked the judge to let the lawsuit go to Utah, and we're waiting on that decision. So that's like nothing else has been filed in the lawsuit except for answers to the complaint. And that decision has been sitting on the judge's desk for 6 months. 7 months, fully briefed. But again, I expect that the federal courts in DC are kind of like the federal courts in Utah, and they're just focusing on digging themselves out of the criminal backlog from being closed due to COVID. And at some point they'll turn to their civil stuff more. So that is where that is. And I didn't get that many questions. Sorry, guys. Any questions or any thoughts?
Mr. Clark, would you just talk a little bit about the incidental take permits and what they look like a little more in detail, just so council understands that a little better?
Yeah, and I had that in a slide. I think I took it out. I had a picture of our original one. Our original incidental, so the incidental take permit is the actual document that you get that says you're allowed to develop habitat and in which you will take or harm animals. Our original one was a one-page document. Like it was a take permit that said you can take X number of tortoises, like 1,165 tortoises. You can disturb X number of acres that we know or that they'd already gone through and designated. Now they're a little different. They're a little longer now. Our permit requires us to do things like clear the land. Our permit doesn't just allow all land to get bulldozed without us looking for tortoises first, right? So it says that we have to go clear the land. We do what we can to help those tortoises transition into living in our reserve. But it is an actual document that's signed and given to us, and that's what we received right at the end of the Trump administration. And that's what has the shelf life. That's what has the 25-year shelf life. The plan itself is just tied to that document.
Thank you.
Is the new administration friendly towards this stuff, or?
We haven't seen any friendliness, and that's to be expected. I'm an elected Republican, right? Like, I have my Republican hat on. You can filter that however you want with what I'm going to say next, right? But when we have a Republican administration, we can pick up the phone, we can talk to people, we can talk through concerns, we can work with them. When we have a Democrat administration, the environmental groups that are suing over this, they have that kind of access and we don't. And that just flip flops. Like, for better or for worse, that's just the reality of how these things are managed, right? So we know that those groups have lobbied hard to just have the administration withdraw the decision. And we know that because congressmen from outside of our state have written letters to the administration asking for that to happen. The administration hasn't done that. But the administration also, the Department of Justice has not handled this like we would have expected them to. Like, normally, the motion to transfer is filed by the federal government. Like, they just kick it back to the state that it happened in. In our case, the Department of Justice they chose not to file it, so we filed it. The state filed it with us, but then they opposed it, which was surprising to us. So recently, our congressional delegation has sent in a letter. The governor sent in a letter a week ago, and the county commissioner sent in a letter a month ago, all asking the Secretary of the Interior, hey, treat this like a normal, try to uphold the BLM and the Fish and Wildlife's decisions and treat this like you would anything else. Don't do a sue and settle type of things where the environmental groups and the Department of Justice have all these conversations that we're frozen out of. We know that's happened. We don't know the conversations have happened. We know the environmental groups have submitted a settlement offer and that we haven't been given that. We've submitted a FOIA request in the last week. I think that one, it might have gone in 2 weeks ago. FOIA request is like a grandma request to the federal government. So we submitted a FOIA request for those documents. So we haven't seen an openness like you would if it was someone who was just wanting to let us help them defend their decision. But we also haven't seen open, like, they haven't pulled back the decisions and said, hey, come sue us over this, which would be the other extreme.
Further questions for Mr. Clark? Very, very well presented. That's a lot of information, but I think that's helpful just in terms of the impact that it has on our community. I mean, obviously we have our Washington Parkway and we have a lot of land that borders that critical habitat area, and I think we all understand the need for moving traffic, but doing so sensitively with those species. So thanks for all of your work. Thanks for educating us. Please let us know if there's anything that we can do to help the cause.
Awesome. And one thing I forgot is you guys are lucky in that the mayors get to appoint one mayor to sit on the advisory council to oversee all of this stuff. And Mayor Staley is the mayor that has the mayor's spot on that. So I think that's advantageous to you guys. You guys clearly have land in the reserve. He has a great voice in the mayor's group. So I think that benefits you guys and it benefits us all overall to have him on that. So
thanks, Eric. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. All right, we have about 50 minutes till our hard stop at 5:30, and we have 2 more agenda items. So we'll just be aware of that time. Let's move on to item 3, which is a discussion presentation by our City Attorney Thad Sigmuller regarding the Washington City Code for an internal accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you, Mayor. I have made the commitment not to walk with the council through laws again, but I'm going to do it on this one because this is one where the state has passed a law that mirrors and instructs us to pass the law that we're proposing the council consider tonight. This proposal has been through Planning Commission. It came recommended by the Planning Commission, but with some edits. We'll discuss those tonight as we go through it. So this is the state law. You'll see it was 10-9A-530, interior accessory dwelling units. There's an almost identical code in the county state law. So the state passed this for counties and cities. Essentially, any subdivision of the state that has zoning laws is required to do this. You'll see it begins defining internal accessory dwelling unit. Means an accessory dwelling unit that I highlighted created, because there's some debate as to what the state intends here. Myself and Drew disagree what the state intends here, but it says created, 1, within a primary dwelling, and 2, within the footprint of the primary dwelling at the time the internal accessory dwelling unit is created. So Drew and a few others believe that means that you cannot have an internal accessory dwelling unit unless it's already built. I don't see it that way, and you'll get to make your decision when you walk through it all in the meeting when it comes to you. And so that's what an internal accessory dwelling unit is, and it gives it for a purpose of a long-term rental of 30 consecutive days or longer. And so the state clearly is allowing us to disallow short-term rentals in these. The state then defines primary dwelling, just because they reference that within the laws it goes. And number 2, this is where the state starts to dip into local zoning laws, and they tell us what we can and can't zone. It says in any area zoned primarily for residential use, the use of an internal accessory dwelling unit is a permitted use. So again, we're the ones that have always defined what is and isn't permitted. They're telling us it is. And B, a municipality may not establish any restrictions or requirements for the construction or use of one internal accessory dwelling unit within a primary dwelling, including a restriction or requirement governing, and then there's a list, but let's stop there. May not establish any restrictions or requirements for the construction or use of one. And so it appears the state agrees that you can only have one per primary dwelling, but they're telling us there's certain things we can't do. And then they list 3 of them: size of the internal dwelling unit, lot size, or street frontage. Number 3, they say, notwithstanding, a dwelling unit shall comply with all applicable building, health, and fire codes. So they defer to our building, health, and fire codes that we have a lot of, and they're not legislating around that. Then they tell us, number 4, what a city may do. And this list is fairly long. We'll go through a few of them. You'll see that we may prohibit installation related to a utility meter. We may require that it be designed so that it not differ in look and feel than the primary dwelling. Number C, and this is where my interpretation differs. They say to include 1 additional on-site parking space for an internal accessory dwelling unit, comma, regardless of whether the primary dwelling is existing or new construction. So this to me indicates what their intent is, which is, if you go up to the definition, a dwelling unit created within a primary dwelling, so that would be an existing primary dwelling, or within the footprint of a planned primary dwelling. And so that's my interpretation, is that this applies both to existing as well as new builds. Drew and other cities are saying that new builds cannot have an internal accessory dwelling unit planned within them. You have to go build it and then come back.
So Thad, can I just stop you right there for 1 second?
Absolutely.
So in the 2021 legislative session, this was HB 82.
I believe so, but it's now state law 10.
Right.
Yeah.
But when it was being proposed in the legislature, Representative Ward was asked those very questions, and it's my understanding exactly what you said.
Yeah.
I think that was his intent in authoring the bill.
Yeah, I don't think they would have added subsection 1A2 if they were just wanting it to be an existing, already built. I also don't think there's very much practical meaning to that. That's basically just saying we only allow this for old houses. If you're going to plan a new builds, you got to make them all old before you come back. It just doesn't make sense to
Aren't
me.
they considered old as soon as you build it and have a CO, and then you can?
Old's probably not the right word. Existing. But yeah, as soon as you build, have a CO, in theory, some are saying you then come in and make an application for an internal accessory dwelling unit.
But you're saying you can do it at both times.
That's my interpretation, yes. And I think that's better planning to do it that way.
So I'm building a house over in St. George right now, and part of it's got an internal, accessory dwelling unit in it, and part of the process of going through plan review and that is we had to apply for that. So it was, at least St. George at this location is interpreting it more like what you're saying. So
Yeah, and the reason I'm highlighting this is the city ordinance that's before us tonight doesn't read like I interpret, right? It was prepared by the planning and zoning, and so there's some things in there that you're gonna need to give us some direction on where you want us to go with it.
So can we talk about the parking?
Yep.
So it makes sense to me, and just like, cause it's hard to read clear over there, but if it's an existing structure and you make a accessory dwelling unit, do you have to add an additional parking stall?
Yeah, if it's an existing primary dwelling and you're applying for an interior accessory dwelling unit, you need to bring with your application a parking plan that shows one more parking space off street.
Of the required that you had before. So if you had,
Yep.
an example, just a 2-car garage with 2-car parking in front, would they consider your 2-car garage ampable and then you have your third out front, or is it an additional on top of that?
So I guess you could make the argument that you had more than needed when you build it at the outset. But what this is saying is the minimum required for what you have, you got to show that you've got one more available off street if you're going to get approval for an IADU. You'll see C number 2. You've got to replace any spaces that have been converted, right? So if you convert your garage to an IADU, you've got to, and you counted those for that original structure, you've got to replace those.
But these are all a municipality may. They're not requirements from the state. And so as we build ours, we can pick from any list or none of the above, right?
We've picked most of these, not all of them, but we've picked most of these.
A lot of them make a lot of sense, but they're not requirements.
Correct.
This is all good.
Correct. Letter D, you can prohibit it within a mobile home. Letter E, you can require that they permit with the city. Letter F, you can prohibit it within a zone that's meets certain kind of build out, certain percentages. Letter G, you can prohibit it in a home that's got a septic tank. Letter H, you can prohibit it if the lot's smaller than 6,000 square feet. Letter I, you can prohibit it from short-term rentals. Letter J, you can prohibit it if it's not owner occupied. Letter K allows the cities to record a lien against them. Letter A requires that we record a notice, or permits us to record a notice against that property. Then the rest of the law, paragraphs 5, talk about the lien process, the notice process that the city has to go through. So I wasn't going to talk about those. But that's the state law that we're working with, that also in other sections tells us we have to adopt something like this within our zoning laws. So that's what we are doing, is we're adopting something like this within our zoning laws.
Thad, will you show the council then, where on this proposed ordinance here, will you show the council where the verbiage is, that there's a difference of opinion between planning and zoning and in your interpretation of state statute?
Absolutely. Yep. My iPad updated when I was during Mr. Clark's presentation. I lost my highlights, so I'm going to have to just point them out to you. Paragraph 2, in purpose and intent, you'll see in the second section, an internal accessory dwelling unit is defined as a separate dwelling unit located entirely within the footprint of an owner-occupied single-family detached dwelling. So again, that's going to the language of already existing. We would need to amend this to make it clear either within the footprint or within the planned footprint.
I would like it better if it read more with what the state has. When I was going through this, I went back and read the law for the state, and then I also went back and watched the hearings, and I would prefer it more aligned with what the state has on there myself.
Yeah, if you go watch the May 18th Planning Commission meeting, you'll hear the discussion that ensued. The commissioners and myself kind of had one side, and the planning and zoning had the other, because that's the way it was written. As we move through, you'll notice we just adopt state law in most places. Primary dwelling is defined as single-family dwelling. It's occupied by the owner. Permitted zones, residential zones. General standards, only one per residential lot. Proposed location, you'll see that we've got the 6,000 square feet minimum. So that's one of the minimums we chose to adopt. Number 3, this has some language that would need to be changed. So first it says it must maintain the single family appearance and character of the neighborhood. Again, the state allows us to do that. Shall be compatible in design and appearance. Shall not be located in detached structures connected by a breezeway. So that's one section we need to work on. Planning and zoning interprets a breezeway as creating a detachment from anything that's underneath the same roof that covers that and the breezeway. And so we're going to need to come to some determination of what we want to do.
I can tell you how insurance companies look at that.
How do they?
So if there is a breezeway, but there is a common roof area that attaches the structures, they look at that as the primary structure.
Yeah.
So they only look at a structure as a secondary or separate unit if there's not an attached wall or roof that combines them. So they take that position.
Yeah.
I think fire code would say the same, that they're attached.
It is important to think about, though. We had one a few months ago where an owner was building a big, huge home and wanted a detached garage or detached something that wasn't allowed. And they'll do some funny things to try to show that it's attached, right? So you have this big, wide breezeway that you could drive through. And so if a casita is detached, but you somehow stick a wall that attaches it, you're good.
Got to be creative sometimes.
Well, and that's up to you. I mean,
More than a 2x4, right?
we allow detached. We allow accessory ADUs anyway, right? We allow
detached ones. Yeah.
detached, but this is just for this. What do you want to call an interior or attached?
The next sentence, it mentions that the door cannot be located on the front of the primary dwelling. The concept was to not have two front doors on the same side of a building. I think the better language here would be the street frontage cannot show the entrance to the IADU.
Street facing plane.
Yeah, because I don't know what the front door is. We don't define that in here. Front is not very well defined, and so we should just say that the exterior doors to the IADU should not be on the street.
Would that be the mailing address, like you're either addressed on the north or south?
That's what I would call the front because of where I grew up, but I know that some neighborhoods and some properties are just a little
But what if they live on a corner?
They're still addressed on one of those two.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying,
It's a good question.
I just throwing it out there. If you put it on the side, it might be on the side of the corner. I just don't see a problem with having it on a cornered lot.
I think planning and zoning didn't want two doors on the same side of a house. And so maybe we could make it work so that
They wanted two on the same.
it didn't want two on
They
the same.
didn't want.
Yeah.
See, and I don't know. I don't know. Is that a big deal?
Those were feedback. Both of those were feedback issues from the planning commission that they wanted you to take into consideration. Moving through number 4, the owner must occupy. Number 5 has to meet all health, fire, building codes. Again, this sounds like the state law that we just reviewed. Number 6, this is our requirement. So we're imposing some more things on them, and which is essentially we want them to be built out like a residence, not just a hot plate and a bucket. There's some things in there we need to work on. Number A3, it says a permanent built-in stovetop. I'm no expert, but not a lot of stovetops are permanent or built in. I just would think we'd change that to a stovetop or a range or something similar.
But I've seen casitas that have just microwaves, and that works perfect for people. So
Air fryer.
and an air fryer, yeah. So I get a sink and a bathroom, but I don't know if I'm all about a permanent stove.
But you're renting this to another family, so it's not somebody visiting you for a couple of days. It's somebody living there permanently, right?
Yeah, that's a great distinction. You could do one of these and just have a microwave for your teenagers. If you want to rent it,
Okay.
then it's got to meet this standard.
I think that'll dictate itself, right? If you're trying to rent something and a family comes in and they don't see a stovetop, if I'm the owner of this accessory dwelling unit, I'm going to put a stovetop in. I'm going to put a range in. So I don't know that.
Yep.
I don't know. Or you get less money for it. So they know what they're getting, and if it's not a requirement, then I
We
wouldn't
do
be
want
too
to avoid
hard
like the
over it.
slumlord concept, right? Where here you got a place to sleep, food and shower you got to figure out at the community center or whatever, right? If we're gonna sanction their rental, we want them to have basics for life, bathroom, kitchen, sleeping area.
We've had some illegal ADUs where people have contacted us because of the lack of some of these things. Somebody's renting a room out, but they don't have any access to the kitchen. They don't have any access to different things that they need. So it seems reasonable, but if we don't sort of put it in, you'd be surprised what people will do.
Well, it might also be a situation where somebody needs a roof over their heads, and even though it's not an optimal situation, they may take it just because they don't have a choice.
Which our area probably has that situation. Yeah. Number 7, we address parking. We add the second sentence with some definition of the size of the parking you got to provide. Parking's been a big discussion around here. We think that's probably something the council will agree with.
It says 19 inches, by the way.
We'll fix that.
Isn't it? And our code is 9 feet by 18 feet long, not 19. So
So it's 18.
It's 18. Even though my truck doesn't fit in it.
Park your
That's for your
Tonka.
receiver hitch, Councilman.
Oh, that's outside of that too.
Number 8 had a lot of discussion at Planning Commission. It says the total number of residents in the IADU may not exceed the total number allowed for single-family dwellings. So Commissioner Dupont asked, what is the restriction for single-family dwelling? And Drew said 5. Everybody's eyes went big. Mine went really big. And so we talked it through. I made it clear that the city does not have a law that says you can only have 5 in a single-family dwelling. Drew's position is still that all the city would allow in an IADU within a primary dwelling would be 5.
I don't know how we can dictate that.
Well, I would prefer that we just put it there instead of saying not exceed the number for a single family dwelling, because we don't have one for single family dwellings as far as a minimum number. We can maybe just put a number in there, or we can just leave it up to interpretation of planning and
You
zoning.
leave it up that to the owner of the property.
But yeah, that section got a lot of discussion. We're not gonna, I guess you can give me instruction tonight. If you want to watch the planning commission discussion, you'll kind of hear the back and forth as to how that was presented.
You can't move into my room, Ben.
My challenge is
Gonna run my house to Ben.
if all you've got is let's say
bedroom.
a sleeping room with a little bathroom and like a kitchen bar or something inside the sleeping area, I'm not sure 5. I feel like 5 might be too much, right? So to me, part of that number depends on what they're proposing. And so that's the challenge, right? What facility are we putting a number of people inside of? And it's hard to define that until we know what we're looking at.
Well, the further challenge also is, are they teenagers? Do they drive?
Yeah.
Then it goes back to parking spaces. And I think within most reasonable cases, you're probably going to be well below 5. But those outliers, I think we do need to be prepared for those.
So that's just one of the areas that got talked about that we need to come to some clarity on for what we want to propose. Number 9 is just the conversion. That's consistent with the state law. Number 10, consistent with state law. Number 11, consistent with state law. Number 12, this has some areas. Again, consistent with state law, a little bit repetitive with other sections, but planning and zoning just wanted to make it express in our code that it's not allowed for short-term rentals. 13 mentions that we require a license from them. deed restriction, required deed restriction. So we do this on external ADUs. If you're going to do an external, we require a deed restriction that says what it can and can't do. We decided to have that same treatment on internals. And so it would be a very similar deed restriction as we require on externals. Basically, it just says you can't short-term rent this. If you do, we can file a lien. And then the penalty is there.
Thad, can I ask you on the lien, what's the language on a lien like this? If the city was to put a lien on a property where the owner wasn't, obeying the rules in the city's eyes, what would the lien consist of?
See subsection B right there, the written notice of violation shall. So we've got to give them a notice of violation. And then we've got to go down to letter C, the written notice of lien shall. So it would just be all of these statutory provisions that the state requires. At the end of the day, the lien doesn't get you very far. It doesn't accomplish much unless it sells, right? The lien does allow us, once we've recorded it, to kind of pursue them for a criminal citation. I don't think our city's ever pursued a lien for an ADU.
So would the lien be in a dollar amount?
You'll see right here the penalty we can impose each day of up to $100. But the lien isn't a
Each day.
financial lien like a trust deed or a mortgage that we get to foreclose. It's really just a cloud on the title
Mm-hmm.
that's got to be discussed. That essentially, so they can't sell a short-term rental to somebody else. So if it's a lien and they're going to sell it to somebody else as a short-term rental, at closing they're going to say the city's got a lien that says this violates their short-term rental prohibition. And then the dollars would be us pursuing them for a citation. That's where the dollars would come in.
So Thad, just a clarification, the two big conversation points at the legislature was the overnight rental and owner occupied. So guaranteeing that the owner does live at that location, would that be a deed restriction or a lien if that was to be pursued?
If the owner doesn't live there, they don't meet the qualifications for a license, so we'd cite them.
It's on his face, but so it's already covered in the ordinance, and so you wouldn't have to have that.
Correct.
And so it would just be on its face. Okay.
Yeah, the deed restriction is all about short-term rentals.
Speaking of the short-term rentals, that was something that was brought up at the hearing about how some people, that's a way for them to be able to afford a home because they could do a short-term rental and then be able to help pay for their house payment. That was a comment that was made there too.
So I guess as feedback, do you want this to be written as, according to my interpretation, which is either a planned or a built? And what do you want me to do on?
Yes, I would like you to reword this how you feel the law is written as our council.
And it seems to me like what I remember from the hearings, your interpretation is the way I understood it as well.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to me.
I like your interpretation, Thad. So, these are just the things I'd like to see. I'm okay with building an internal accessory dwelling unit inside an existing footprint. I'm on an old home. I'm okay with somebody that has an old home building an addition to their home to make an accessory dwelling unit with a breezeway or whatever.
So are you saying internal or external, depending on how they do it?
Well, since we're talking about internal ones, I'm okay with somebody coming in and saying, I want to build one of these units onto my house. So, I'm perfectly okay with that. And then I'm perfectly okay with new construction plans coming in that have one of those in it. So
I would like to lessen I don't know if I'm comfortable with the class misdemeanor C. So I think I would like
Reduce
to
that to a
reduce.
infraction.
So originally as well, council, there was talk about in the early stages of 82 that it would only be for family members. And so this is definitely for outside of family. It's anyone, not just family members. So just wanted to be clear about that.
I think we should have it for whoever.
Me too.
I
I
just-
totally agree.
I
It'd
mean,
defeat the purpose, because if you have an internal ADU for a college student that's here and then they move away, and then that's wasted space if you're not able to use it. So
But our external ADU ordinance requires they're a family member.
Yeah.
External does.
So that
yes.
may be a thought that you want to look at. If the idea is to address a housing shortage and a crisis, I think we took that one step just to dip our toe in the water. And I don't know how many people have actually taken advantage of it because it's
Sounds
so
like-
restrictive.
Sounds like that's a
Change it now.
future discussion on the external, but I'm hearing pretty good consensus that on a direction this council wants to go on the internal.
So at number
ADU?
8, what do you want me to do? Do you want a number? Do you want to just remove that? What do you want to do?
On which one? Sorry.
Number 8.
I want to remove it.
Yeah, I'm okay striking it.
It almost seems like it would self-regulate, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it will.
I don't know.
Well,
You
not-
can fit a lot of kids in a bedroom if you try.
Yeah.
Well, and on the short-term rental
Need a
as well, right?
Decompression
That
zone.
Council member Casperson brings up a good point. It's owner occupied.
Mhm.
They're going to be very careful if they do short-term rentals. They're going to be very careful and selective on to whom they rent. And so I would even be okay personally with something like that because they're living there. They're going to be way more careful about it than if they're just buying the property and doing a Verbo or a short Airbnb.
Let's have that in a whole secondary discussion because that covers the whole overlay zone and every other thing that we have for short-term rentals.
So should we
Already
remove it
talking
from
about
this
it. Let's just have
altogether?
these long discussions.
Well, I know
Well,
we have a lot of
it's-
people here for the last item too. If we're not quite there, we could always have it on another work session too.
Well, I think we need to rework it and then re-talk about it.
And one
Sounds
other,
like there's a lot of work
Uh, we-
left.
Yeah, I'm with you. So we've got about
I'd
20
like that
minutes
too.
and we probably needed a little more for this last item. So council, what I propose is that we let Thad take that feedback from the council, rework this, and then as July 13th, does that give you enough time to bring that back in another work session? And we wouldn't put that on to a regular meeting until the following, which would be the July 27th at the soonest.
Mayor, just one quick comment, if you may. So the 2 doors on the same side, I'm not really concerned about that myself. I don't want to dictate how they build. I don't see a detriment to that. So just my thought.
Perfect. Thank you, Thad. Appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move along. We've got about 20 minutes left in this meeting. We'll move on to item 4, which is a discussion regarding the Sienna Hills Public Infrastructure Development, or PID. I see applicant Jared Wheeler here, along with representation and our Economic Development Director, Rusty Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know we are going to be tight on time, so I'll go through this quickly. And then please know that I am happy to make myself available if you have any questions concerning this. I did give you a lot of homework in this packet to read through, so if you haven't quite gotten through that or if you run into anything, again, reach out to me. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I'm just going to provide a brief overview of Public Infrastructure District. I did go over in more detail in the briefing document. Please feel free to stop me if you have any questions. But basically, Public Infrastructure District is, it's part of the Utah Code. It's 17D Chapter 4. So that provides a framework for this tool. It's an economic development tool. And then, of course, we also passed a policy, a specific policy for Washington City. This was done in July of 2021, last year. And that really just focuses it down on meeting the needs of Washington City. So we tried to direct it more towards commercial, which is what we're lacking. We're about 98% residential and about 2% over the last 8 years in commercial development. So it's meant to help with those commercial developments. So I won't read the slide. I'll go over just a few things of interest. So I already said it's a financing tool. I want to be sure to be clear that this is a debt tool, and the debt is not held on the city's books. So this is creating a separate district, but they need authorization from this body to be able to do that. And so that's what they're seeking at this point. And then also another important note that I think the public would be very interested in, fact, I've received a few phone calls, is that this public infrastructure district is confined to a specific geographical area. and that the additional taxes or the ad valorem tax that is created when a public infrastructure district is created is only upon that specific area. It's not upon any residents if there isn't residential within the development. And this is a wholly commercial development. It's for the auto mall. This is just a quick example of how this is used in other communities successfully, and why it might be used. So this was used in Provo, Utah. They had an area that had some problems because it was a former landfill, and so there's some environmental mitigation that had to get done. But they also wanted to build a medical school on this campus, and so the city partnered with the medical school. They designated a specific geographical location. They were able to add a tax so that the initial upfront development costs could be bonded for, and then the bond is paid off over time by that additional tax. And I did suffer a brain injury recently, and part of my recovery in that was having some memory problems, and I learned a few tricks. So I hope you're patient with me with some of these memory tricks. It's a little silly, but it's meant to be that way, just to kind of have it stick in your head, because we're going to be going over tax increment financing and community reinvestment areas a little bit later. We have some things in the pipeline for that, and it's easy to get these all mixed up. Okay, again, this is going back to our policy. I always like to do the reminder of the policy. So we've established a well-balanced, our goal is to establish a well-balanced, sustainable economic base through a threefold approach, and that's improving a sales tax base, property tax base, and buying power through jobs. And so if we kind of do a quick overview of this project based on that criteria, which is what our PID policy, our local PID policy asks us to do, this is kind of Sienna Hills auto mall by the numbers. So we're looking at a capital investment of $80 million into this overall project. The tax revenues that will be generated from this commercial project over 10 years, and this is over 10 years because this is the CRA that we passed, so that's why the time frame. So of course it doesn't stop after 10 years, it goes beyond that. But for the first 10 years, the city property tax, just the city's portion of property tax is going to be about $680,000. And then the sales tax based on the pro forma projected sales, $36 million over 10 years for the city. So this is an outlier in terms of sales tax production. It's high ticket items, and so it's great for the city. And then this one comes with the added benefit of they're estimating about 750 jobs that are 76,000 a year average. So when we compare that to what the state usually incents, and they do incentives based on jobs, they do it based on the county average. So if you take the county average per person, that's 204% of our most recent county average that the state uses.
So Rusty, who creates this document of those numbers? An independent or a?
It's a collaborative effort, but it does require, so I'll collect some information, the developer provides some information, and then there's an independent study done by our financial advisor. In this case, is Zion Public Finance did an independent study to validate and ensure that these are correct. We're dealing with, future, so it's not perfect. Right. But this is a reasonable guess. I will say this though, even if we say 1/4 of the projected, maybe they're way off base. Maybe they have over projected. I don't think that's the case, and our public advisor has not said that that's the case. But even if it's at 1/4, it will still be one of the top 3 sales tax producers for the city at 1/4 of their projections. So it's an outlier. Okay, do you have any questions right now? Okay, I have just a really quick overview. This is just kind of shows what happens with a PID. So the approving body is the city council. Sometimes this body acts in a different capacity. You act as the RDA board. In this case, it's the city council that does the approval.
And we're
Um,
getting a new picture, by the way. Okay. Our meeting just went a little long last time.
It's wonderful. I think the developer wants a new picture too. So we also have a developer.
Jared, I think it's I mean, I see the resemblance. I mean, if you were
Who's this
Shayna.
next one coming up? I hope it's not.
This is the memory trick. This is the memory trick. So then we have a bond, a PID bond.
I don't know if they're that slick, but
Now, Mr. Bond uses credit. He's got a significant credit. And then I put this in a fishbowl because I think as elected officials, you know what it's like to be in a fishbowl, to live in a fishbowl, but also just to represent that it's specific to an area. So in this case, it's I think I said the Sienna Hills Aqua Mall, but it's the Auto Mall. And they're going to put in some public infrastructure. So that could be lights, benches, but it must be public infrastructure. Now the state code does allow for a little bit more liberal interpretation of public infrastructure than what a city would say. They say also for public benefit, but that's also reviewed to make sure that it's reviewed by outside legal counsel to make sure that we check all the boxes and it's compliant with that. And say maybe they're doing, this is what's more traditionally would be a road, right? So what that does is this land right now is SITLA owned, so it's producing zero in property taxes. So it's not very productive land as far as the tax revenues on it. These improvements will significantly increase the property tax revenues to all of the taxing entities. And what PID does is it adds a new tax to the PID area. So this would be a new taxing district. We'll call it PID 1. And 100% of the taxes, the ad valorem tax that goes to that new taxing district goes back to pay off the PID bond credit card or the bond in this case. And then the reason why we do this is it's to reduce the development risk. So it reduces it both for the developer and the city. Also, these PID bonds, you may wonder who buys these. They have to be, they go to qualified institutional buyers like investment banking firms or anybody who can afford 500 denominations of 500,000. So the first person I thought of was Daddy Warbucks, so that's why it's there. And then this is how this differs from tax increment financing. Is it's a new tax levied on only the property owners within the PID area, and it can be up to 30 years.
So Rusty, the tax that you're talking about would just apply to the property owners,
Correct.
not the purchasers of the vehicles or anything like that.
No.
And every property owner within a PID has to sign off on it. They all have to agree or you can't make one.
and the thing that's nice is this is all SITLA. So it's until they sell the property.
That's right.
Well, as the land turns over, which some of it has, those landowners sign into the PID because the PID, so prior to the PID being created, 100% of the landowners within the PID area have signed a petition saying that they're in favor of creating this district. So in essence, what they're doing is they're asking to be taxed additionally on the land because they know it will go into the improvements that will benefit their commercial development and help offset those high initial costs.
But it also helps you use today's dollars versus tomorrow's dollars. That's the biggest thing in my mind is even though today's dollars seem crazy compared to what they were yesterday, but just imagine if we were using yesterday's dollars today, we'd be way ahead. So
Would you apologize. Would you,
Councilman Henderson?
And the typical term is 20 to 30 years.
So the terms vary, and those are outlined within the governing documents. So I gave you a draft of the governing documents, and the kind of the high points are highlighted in blue. And for this one, I believe they're going 30 years. 30 years, yeah.
we get better interest. The PIDs get better interest rates than standard typical financing as well.
They do, right.
would you share
That's the partnership with the city. So it doesn't get as good of financing as a city would get because we're good borrowers. Municipalities are, but because it has the blessing or the authorization of the municipality, they're able to access better financing.
Councilman Ivy.
Would you share your slides with us? That's all I really wanted to say.
Sure. Do you have any questions for the applicant? We've got maybe 8 more minutes.
I say we use it. At least for an update, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Wheeler. And if you just state your name, we would love an update on your project and a little bit of interaction.
Absolutely.
You'll be selling cars next week, right?
Selling cars?
Yeah, next week.
Yeah, next week.
Pull that mic up. You're a little taller than
Right
Rusty.
here? You hear me good? So this has been a long time coming. I know Mayor and City Councilman are members, and I'm so excited for it to finally get going and underway. With the PID, I just want to make clear that you guys understand there's no risk to the city. All the dealers that we have that have already purchased property in the auto mall and is pending now is excited about that. You're not going to get any phone calls being upset about it. I know that's a problem, especially with residential PIDs. It's a big benefit for all of them. And to further the point on this other thing, it helps us as a development team do it all in one big sweep, right? So we get it all done instead of taking down one piece. We're doing these 6 acres now instead of just bringing it to that line. We can do it all in one beautiful fell sweep and just get it done, get the sign up, and get it all going so it looks really pretty. That's the main thing.
When we were down at Public Works Building last week, we noticed some plans starting
Yep.
to come in. Can you
Yep.
give us an update on that?
Yeah, so all the plans are in, Rusty, right? That's right, finally. Yeah, we had a lot of hurdles to go through, got them all dialed in. And the first property owner, I don't know if we can talk about it in this forum or whatever, can you? Oh, okay. Anyways, you'll see their plans coming across next month. I'll leave it like that just in case it's not. So that'll be really exciting. So we're trying to get all these things dialed in right before that moment. And as long as we set up the district, the cool thing, and we can talk more about the PID, but you don't have to execute the bonds right now. It mitigates our risk as developers to use their own capital and be reimbursed after the fact, as long as the district's set up before we start moving dirt, basically, if that makes sense.
So I was just gonna say, I'm really excited about this.
So excited.
Just so
I'm pumped.
pumped. And I really like that this is a tool in your toolbox and then other developers' toolbox to help you to
Sure.
get things done, like you say, up front. And like Councilman Coates says, to use today's dollars, and do it now rather than.
Right, exactly. It's a great tool, and it's low risk to everybody. It lets us get the whole thing done. It's very beautiful. This auto mall, I don't know if you guys have been watching the website updates, but the dealers we're talking with right now, their buildings to spec that they have to do by the manufacturer is just so elegant and so beautiful. It'll really, it's going to really set the tone, I believe, for that exit. And for Washington, I hope you guys are proud of it at the end, but it's going to be really beautiful with the movement of how the auto industry is going with electrification and all the different things we've incorporated into it. I think it'll be modeled. A lot of people will be looking at it and talking about it. It's going to be pretty exciting. Speaking of that, like I said, I don't know all the formalities. I don't know if we can talk about this, but I would love to get you, Mayor, and council members out for a official groundbreaking when the boulder or the dozers are on there after we get it all approved, and finish the city stuff. But I think it'd be really great. The group that we sold the first 2 acres to that are building have committed to come out in July. I don't know how everyone's schedule is, but I'd love to get with everybody and have everyone there if that's okay with you guys.
We
I'd love
make
to
it
set that
morning.
up. What was that?
Can we make it morning?
Yeah.
It is July, so.
Yeah, as early as you want.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, this has been a neat process to work through, and we've as a council have been there with you. We like the idea in the right circumstances to have this PID option on commercial property.
Sure.
And it makes sense. But before we run out of time here, I just want to thank Rusty. She has just kind of stepped this through, and her expertise, her attention to detail, her just tenacity has been much appreciated and recognized. Jared, is there anything you'd like to just share with your experience working with Rusty?
Rusty knows how I feel about her. She's incredible, and this would not even be close
it wouldn't even have gotten off the ground without her work. So I want to thank Rusty, Jerry, everyone, the council and city staff's been incredible. This is going to be, I'm just so excited to get it going and everyone can see and marvel at it. It's going to be a place you want to go hang out. You know, it'll be a totally different feel than what the whole car dealer vibe has been for the last couple decades, and I'm excited for that.
You know, this will be something that all of us in Washington will be proud of. And you know, just to kind of continue on Rusty a little bit, it's, you know, we get to this point and we're pressed for time, and we even have a few minutes left. But I think through this whole process with CRAs and PIDs, you know, we've learned so much along the way that this is an easy bite to take. We understand where we are. We understand our role and your role, and so, you know, I think we're ready to continue along. Council, any final thoughts, comments, questions before we wrap this up? And Mr. Wheeler, anything you'd like to add? Or
I just want to thank. Go ahead.
So you said that the risk is lowered for the developer and the city. How is the city's risk lowered by doing this?
So this is, unlike other bonds, this is not on the city's books. So it is an investment in public infrastructure or amenities that are for public use, but not a bond on the city's books. So it allows that to be freed up for other projects that do require bonding. So it's, in that way, it's a partnership. So the bond is a completely separate entity. We're not responsible for collecting the taxes on that or paying the PID. And then that debt is not on the city's accounts. It's a separate entity altogether.
And Rusty, can I just add to that, since this is a great question, by the way, but I like to look at this from just kind of a capital market standpoint, and I think PIDs make a lot of sense in the right areas for commercial properties. And so these car dealerships, they go in understanding that I will have an additional line item on this bond. So it's something that institutional or savvy business owners that they've dealt with these kind of things before, they understand that they'll be responsible for the repayment of that. And so I think that absolves the city from that risk. And I think it facilitates, I think, a free market transaction. And that's kind of my simplified version. You can correct me if I'm off base somewhere.
No, go ahead.
I think you're absolutely right, and I'll just give a compliment to the auto mall developers as well. One thing that they're doing is, and what we see as a trend to getting great projects in the areas is to have prepared land. And so they're going in and doing all of the public infrastructure, the roads, the improvements, and then they'll put in some lots, and those might adjust a little bit as the dealers come in and pick up those, as the specific dealers come in and pick up those lots. But a lot of the work, and they're moving along all the planning and zoning, the engineering, all the site preparation, all of that is done in advance. So that reduces the risk for the developer as well, including the financing tools. So when the city can work together with the developer to do this, it helps to induce more commercial development, and it's a smart way to do it. It's what we like to do in industrial areas as well. So, and this is kind of a unique way to do it in this somewhat smaller areas. Usually we're dealing with a larger area with industrial, but that's another point.
Any further thoughts, council? Chair, anything you'd like to say before I call for an adjournment?
Nope. I just want to thank everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm excited.
I think we'll definitely, we even have hard hats with the Washington City logo.
I'm gonna
So
get
if we have to
everything
have
out
hard
there.
hats in front of the dozer, just let us know
Golden
when.
shovels, ribbons, the whole thing. Let's get it
Sounds
rocking.
good. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, I'll call for a motion to adjourn the work session.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Coates,
Second.
second by Councilmember Martinson. All in favor? We are adjourned, and we'll have food in upstairs. We'll reconvene here at 6 o'clock for our regular meeting. About ready to get started here. Okay, today is Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022. It's just a little bit after 6 p.m. We're here in the Washington City Council chambers at City Hall for our regular meeting. This meeting is also broadcast live and saved for watching later on our YouTube station at washingtoncity.org/meetings. We continue to appreciate the services of the Interfaith Council in offering our invocations, and we have a friend and familiar face here tonight. It's with the Reverend Jimmy Keston with Solomon's Porch. If you'd come forward and share with us what you would like.
Thank you, Mayor, and on behalf of the entire church family at Solomon's Porch, greetings and blessings. I have to tell you that just so impressed with everything we're seeing happening in Washington City. I mean, every time I'm in your community, I wonder why I don't live here yet. Just so impressive what you've all accomplished and what this town's accomplishing, and just great things going on here, and you're all to be credited for your faithful service. Let's pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we are so thankful that you've allowed us to live in this incredible place that we get to call home. And we are so grateful for all those who serve on this council, the mayor, and every department head and staff member and employee of Washington City. Truly, this is one of the most impressive communities in our county right now, with the wonderful things going on here. Lord, we ask your blessing upon all those who will appear before this council, all of the business at hand. We ask for your wisdom to be poured out upon these council members, that they would guide Washington City forward. We thank you for all the blessings that you have given us, and may we always be not only grateful, but mindful of your blessing as we continue to serve. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Reverend. Appreciate you very much. All right, I've asked Councilman Craig Coates to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. Repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So before I call for an approval of the agenda, I'll just make note that we do have need to go into closed session this evening to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of property, as well as pending or potential litigation. That said, I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda.
Mayor, I will approve the agenda for June 22nd, Washington City Regular Council meeting as outlined.
Motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. I've got a few announcements here. Washington City offices will be closed on Monday, July 4th, in observance of Independence Day. Washington Lions Club celebration is on the 4th of July. They call it the 4th of July in the park, and that's a hometown tradition that occurs annually here at Veterans Park. We'll start off at 7 a.m. The Lions Club will be cooking breakfast, pancakes, eggs, and sausage. If you haven't had that, it's worth getting up and making that too. At 8 a.m., the Nice and Band will begin with some live entertainment. By 9:30, the Kids Carnival with the fishing pond and the cakewalk and all the carnival activities will begin, including the barrel train rides, which is always a favorite. And at 10 a.m., they have a Lions Club auction right here at the gazebo. They'll have foot races by age group, starting from even, I think, do we call it foot races if we're starting before you can walk? But I'm pretty sure they have a crawl race, and they move the rope back. So it's just good old-fashioned fun. And then the Lions Club has informed me that lunch will be burgers and fries, so you can get breakfast and lunch on Independence Day, and they usually wrap up early afternoon before it gets too hot. And then one more announcement is that we will continue on. I think will be the 7th or 8th year of the Mayor's Cup, which will be on July 11th, and that continues to be at our beautiful Green Spring Golf Course. Historically, this has been an economic development tournament, but we are pivoting this year and partnering with the Washington Rotary Club to make this more of a charity event. We've allocated 30 teams and 26 of those have been filled, so we do have a few spots left open. Breakfast will be served at 7 a.m. up there, and then at 8 a.m. is a shotgun start. With that charity event, the Rotary Club intends to donate $2,500 in cash to the local food bank, and the teams are able to buy a mulligan for a case of food. So we also hope to be able to deliver a case of food. And just to let you know, the last I've heard is that right now the local food bank has nothing on their shelves. So there's certainly a need for that. And if anybody would like to join that, please reach out to the Washington Rotary. Wendy Bulkley is heading that up. And we're happy to continue to move forward with this as a new event. And I'm certainly also reaching out to Mayor Nilsson and trying to reach out to him today to invite him to play too, to continue that legacy of a great event that he started. Council, are there any other announcements that I may have missed or not been aware of?
Mayor, possibly. Chief Williams, I'm looking to you. Is your cleanup on June 24th? Your community cleanup? Okay, thank you. Then not, Mayor. I had it at my phone. I just wanted to make sure to announce it if I had the right date.
Mayor, did we hear there was, in the foot races, there was a council foot race that was going to be happening?
If there's an over 60 category.
I have my money on Councilmember Casperson if we do.
I'm offended.
I could really help bring the people out.
I think Coates is probably better for distance, but okay, we'll move on to item number 3. Council, is there any declarations of abstentions or conflicts?
Yeah, Mayor, item 5C, the firm I work for prepared that document for the city.
Perfect, duly noted. Anything else? Great. So before moving forward with the consent agenda, I would like to note that there has been some discussion that's come forward, and I appreciate Councilmember Casperson's foresight and insight on this, particularly about the format of our minutes. And so with the assistance of our IS department and with the recorder's office and in consultation with legal counsel, we are now ready to move forward for the July minutes that will be in your packet after this meeting with a new digital format. So we're really excited about that. And so I'd like to take a moment to thank our recorder's office as well as our IS department. Both departments have been instrumental in preparing, recording, and retaining the contents of our city council meetings. As mayor and council, we rely heavily on these minutes to gain information regarding items from previous meetings. The hard work of both of these departments helps these meetings go smoothly. And so what you can expect going forward is on the minutes that we have in multiple locations, have securely stored. But what you'll see going forward is written out of motions and votes, and then with a hyperlink to the actual video footage of the item. And if you'll notice as I go along, I'll just be pausing for about 5 seconds in between items because they'll actually clip those and they'll time and date stamp those. So really appreciate that recommendation, and we took that to heart and felt like that was a great idea.
So we still have the conditions in writing though, right?
Absolutely. That'll be part of that motion. Okay, so the conditions, and so really anything that would need to be looked over by a member of the council to make sure it's right would be specifically the motion with conditions. Otherwise, everything is just recorded and linked. So I don't think it could be any more accurate and any more organized than it will be going forward. So Anyway, so expect that for your next set of minutes. But the minutes tonight will be the way we've done them for years. Now, with respect to this consent agenda this evening, I will call for a motion to approve item 4A and 4B, and I've asked for item 4C to be polled for discussion and for that to be voted on separately. So when we get there, I've asked our city manager, Jeremy Redd, to present a little bit on that item, and we've got our assistant leisure services director, Cole Staley, that can add some insight to that item and answer any questions that you have. So item number 4, consent agenda 4A is consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meeting of 6/8/22. Item 4B is a final plat amendment. That's a consideration to approve a final plat for Lions Head Hilltop Estates. The applicant is Nak Uzra. Urza. We'll get that with the Lions Head Hilltop Estates HOA. And then I'm going to read item 4C, but we're going to pull that from the consent agenda. That's a bid award, and that is consideration to approve an award of a bid for the Parks and Maintenance Building to Grass Creek Construction in the amount of $1,997,229. Council, if there's not any discussion on the minutes or the final plat amendment, I'll call for a motion to approve items 4A and 4B of the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'm comfortable making a motion to approve the consent agenda 4A minutes and 4B final plat amendment.
I have a motion on the table by Councilman Ivy.
I'll second
A
that.
second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Items 4A and 4B of the consent agenda are approved, and I will look to our city manager, Jeremy Redd, to give us some insight on item 4C and the award of this bid.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. There's a little bit of history to this and a budget implication. That's why we wanted to pull it off of the consent agenda. We had open bids last week on our new parks building. For those of you who haven't been part of that process, we've been looking to build this building for a few years. We designed it, and as costs continued to go up, we redesigned it again. We took out everything that we thought we could to try to get costs down. In the budget that you approved that begins in July, we had budgeted $1.5 million for this building, and the low bid came from Grass Creek Construction for $1,997,229. So because we budgeted $1.5 million, if we approve the bid, we will also need to put it in the next budget opening to increase that amount. There are a couple different things we can do with it. I think that Councilman Coates explained it right. You know, the costs keep going up. It's a necessary building, and Mr. Staley can talk to that and explain that. But it houses our parks, our maintenance department, and our cemetery. We'll have an office there where they can meet people when they need to buy plots and have burials. But what I would recommend doing, we can do it one of two ways. We certainly have the impact fees to raise that to the $2 million bid price, or we still have our ARPA money that we have yet to tap into of $3.4 million. So we could use the other $500,000 from the ARPA money. So we have a couple of ways that we could finance that additional cost. But our recommendation as staff is to go ahead and award the bid to Grass Creek, but with your approval to amend the agenda or amend the budget as well to include the additional price.
So are we including any, I mean, I'd hate for us to amend the budget and then all of a sudden we have change orders in that and we have to come back and amend it again. Do we need to include a 5% contingency?
We certainly could, not in the bid award, but in the adjustment to the budget.
Adjustment to the budget. I just want to make sure if the council sees fit to move forward, that we account for that and don't have to come back again.
And that's a great recommendation, because if we don't need it, we don't have to spend it. So just whatever you're comfortable with there.
Have we committed or earmarked our ARPA money for anything?
We have not committed or earmarked any of it yet. It does need to be spent by the end of 2024. So we have a couple of years.
But what's the payback on that?
What's the payback on the ARPA money?
Mm-hmm.
There's no payback.
There's no payback.
No, it was.
And maybe the parameters on which it could be spent.
So initially it could only be spent on water, sewer, and
Broadband.
broadband infrastructure. Then the administration came out and made a new rule that said that that you could use up to $10 million of it and call it revenue replacement, even if you had no revenue to replace. So essentially at this point, it can be used for anything the council would like to use it for.
And we haven't used it at all.
We haven't used any yet.
That's my recommendation, is that we take the 500 out of that.
I think it's an appropriate use, and I think it would really, then, because if you take it out of impact fees, it could impact a project later on that was slated for those fees.
Help me remember, Mr. Red, was there any capital projects that we were, and I don't want to belabor the ARPA money, but was there any consideration for capital investments out of that money?
We haven't
None at all.
planned for anything yet.
We talked about, okay.
Nothing in the budget was
Couldn't remember for sure.
planned to be used with that money, but
Councilman Henderson.
Yeah, I was just curious, with building materials being as volatile as they are price-wise, in these contracts that we're doing now, is there anything in those to address that? Like a cost plus? I know a lot of the builders are going to cost plus now.
there's not in this. That would be a set price minus any change orders that happened.
Okay.
So
I agree with Councilman Coates. We probably should put a contingency of some kind on that.
I was wondering if there was any way to maybe put this off for a time, or is it are you guys in a place where you need it? Or because I'm just thinking about the cost to build and everything, and the concerns for the economy. And
Manager, do you want to address that, or would you like?
we have put it off for a couple of years. I think Cole might be better equipped. Maybe you can listen to maybe some of the issues, but one of the biggest problems that we have is the existing building has to go away because it's where the frontage road will go along the freeway, and so it does have to be relocated either way. But
is the frontage road? Is there a time frame on that when that's going to be put in?
I don't have a time frame on it yet. Do you? 5 years? Okay.
Jeremy, another quick question. The building that's in the way, is that going to be repurposed, moved to another location, or is it going to be taken down and done away with?
I think the plan is to take it down, but it could be moved.
It's excuse me, Cole Staley, Assistant Leisure Services Director. We've talked about trying to utilize that building at another location. I've been told, based on the age, it may not be structurally sound to try and relocate and use somewhere else in the city, but we will certainly look at trying to utilize that in another location for the purpose of storage or something of that nature. I think most of the key points have already been pointed out. Number one is the inflation in the cost of building materials. We projected that 1.5 million 3 or 4 years ago, did not make adjustments. So I'm not surprised by the significant increase over what was budgeted for several years ago. I think it's important to understand too that it's not just a parks and cemetery building, but we are also going to be housing the maintenance and custodial division, who essentially has been without a home. They've tried to work out of closets and corners of the community center, but as Washington City has taken on all of the maintenance and custodial for the city that used to be outsourced, we've got a need to staff our maintenance and custodial division. And also we need, because we buy a lot of items in bulk, we need an area where we can store. We're storing a lot of those in Connex containers, which is not ideal, especially for a lot of cleaning solutions and maybe hazardous or flammable materials. And again, we don't know the timeline specifically on the new interchange and the frontage road, but we would hate to be homeless if suddenly it was announced that they're going to begin construction, and that road is forecast right now to go right through our existing building, and we would have no place to relocate in the interim. The time frame outlined for this project is 42 weeks, with the hopes of beginning on August 1st. So we're really a year out as it is. Although I understand Council Member Casperson, your point, I would hate to delay that project any longer. So those are just a couple of points that I wanted to bring up.
Cole, I was going to say, you know, a few months ago, I was invited to a meeting over at the building, the current building, and I'm not sure how old it is. Do you know? Is it 30 years or?
We acquired it from the power department. The
Okay.
Parks
Most
Department.
parks assets are acquired or hand-me-downs. They're like the youngest child.
So I was,
30 years is probably a pretty good estimate.
okay, I was shocked that you guys were working out of such a small space.
Yeah.
And I think you guys have done a fantastic job working out of that small space. It was packed.
Yeah.
And so I think it's high time for a new building, you know, with as much growth as you guys have had in your department. But anyway, so I'm
Our
excited about your new building. So
Well, we're excited. Our cemetery sexton calls us bunk desks instead of bunk beds because we're kind of stacked a couple of desks high in there.
yeah,
Very teeny offices, so it'll be nice to have a little bit of elbow room.
do you know how big this new building is compared to your one you're in right now?
I should know the square footage. I don't offhand. The thing I'm excited about is there will be open bays in between the parks and cemetery and the maintenance and custodial. The one thing to note that you may not be aware of is for years, probably as long as Washington City has been in this building, all cemetery business has been handled through the recorder's office. We will take and acquire those responsibilities up at the new location. So we want we don't just want a workspace. We want a nice building that is going to be accommodating to those who are coming in and wanting to buy plots and seek cemetery information and make it a real nice atmosphere up there.
So have we, Manager Red said that we cut stuff to try to fit it in the budget. Now I'm sitting here thinking, are we cutting too much? And then all of a sudden we have no room to grow. And in 2 years, we're going to need to go bigger. Is the building going to plan to be for growth too? Or is it fitting our
Short
current
answer, I would
needs?
say no. It will be adequate for the time being. We had hoped when we put together the original plan that we would have a little room to grow, but based on costs, we have scaled down significantly. And so I don't know that we're going to have much room for growth in that location, but it will be adequate for the next several years.
I know Grass Creek Construction does a good job. They've done some really nice projects in town, so I'm sure it'll be a beautiful building. So
We've heard good reports as well.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with them, but the reports that I've received have been favorable.
So Mayor, I don't know exactly who to direct this question to. My question is in the bid itself from Grass Creek. This is a estimate. I know there's differences between estimates and bids. Is this a hard cost of this building that they offer on the bottom line, or I'm looking for any kind of contingency inside the estimate and I don't see one. So I'm just looking for some information there.
I'm not sure that this will answer your question. We've worked with MRW Design. They are an engineering and architectural firm. Jeff Mathis and Ryan Nilsson have taken the lead. Following they conducted the pre-construction bid meeting on site, and then they were there for the bid opening and took those documents back to their office and spent a considerable amount of time going over these bids to ensure that they were accurate, that they were recent and competitive, so that they're not just being competitive, but they're hard costs. And Watts Construction has done a number of Washington City projects, and we anticipated they may come in a little bit lower, but they were about
They were 2.1.
just over 2.1 million.
So they used the word estimate in one spot on there, but this is a bid. They were competitively bid with other contractors, and so it's not
And
it's
that
not
was
an
my-
estimated amount. It'd be the bid amount.
I appreciate that, Mr. Red. I just noticed that the one bid from Watts was 2.1 and then the other one was 2.6. And so if we were going to work within this bid and have line items change, for increased costs, then it might be worthy to look at another one, but
Historically, I think there have been more contractors that would show up, but we only had the three. We were grateful to have three. But it's kind of the world we live in right now as far as.
Well, Cole, before we let you off the hook, I guess my question for you is this parks and maintenance and cemetery building, is this a want or a need?
It's an absolute need.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Council, further discussion on this item and or a motion?
If you need any more convincing counsel, this new building will house the Shade Tree Committee as well. So
Okay, I changed my opinion on that.
I appreciate that.
I'm teasing. I like some of the recommendations that have been made with the ARPA and the contingency for what it's worth.
So can I ask Manager Red, what's our plan for the future?
Well, you give me your crystal ball, I'll put together a perfect plan. But
Well, I'm just
I
saying,
understand
like,
what you're saying.
I mean, we were dealing with that situation with the city hall now, right? Like,
we just really didn't feel like we could do more than a $2 million building. So we'll have to look at other options. We'll have to look at other things. I mean, we could do an expansion on the building. There's room out there to do other things. But right now, it's tough to swing anything more than that. I think that's us stretching as far as we probably can.
okay. With that said, I'm ready to make a motion, Mayor.
Please, Councilman.
I'll make a motion that we award the Parks and Maintenance Building to Grass Creek Construction in the amount of $1,997,229. And I don't think I need to make in my motion about the budget. You'll take care of that.
Perfect. We have a motion by Councilman Coates.
I'll second that.
I have a second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bid for the new Parks and Maintenance Building is awarded to Grass Creek Construction, and we look forward to a beautiful new building. We really appreciate all of the literal and figuratively heavy lifting that department does. I'll pause for just a moment. Okay, we'll move on to item 5, public hearings. So on any of the individual items and public hearings, we did not receive electronic public comment prior to the meeting. And as I typically say, this is an opportunity for the council to listen and consider public feedback. After I open the public hearing, any wishing to speak to a specific item, please remember to state your name for the record and to address the mayor and especially the council as such. Please keep your comments on topic, not repetitive, something that has already been said, and concise. Most well-spoken public comments can be made within about 2 to 3 minutes. Clapping or yelling after comments is not appropriate in a public meeting. And council, as usual, I ask that you and staff listen and take notes during the public hearing. I will give you and the applicant an opportunity to speak after I close the public hearing. So, item 5A is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-12 from RA 1/2 Acre to R115, located at approximately 1045 East, 3650 South. And we'll look to our city planner, Eldon Give, to give the report on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The requested change is from the current zoning of residential agriculture half-acre zoning to a proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot zoning designation. The R115 request is for the purpose of developing the parcel into a residential subdivision. This particular location has a general plan land use designation of very low density residential, which allows for the R115 and larger zoning districts. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is RA1 and R115 to the north, RA half to the west, RA1 to the west, and RA half and R18 to the south. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined. The applicant is in harmony. The application is in harmony with the surrounding land uses and the general plan. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at their June 1st, 2022 meeting. And the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-22-12 for the zone change request as seen here in your applications. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for our city planner? Okay, I'm not sure if the applicant is here or not. Applicant, you're welcome to speak now or wait till after the public hearing. I'll go ahead now and open up the public hearing for item 5A. Any wishing to speak to this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on behalf of the applicant for this item? Seeing none, I will look to the council for further discussion and or a motion.
Mayor, if the council doesn't, do you have a question?
No, go ahead.
This is a very reputable applicant. I personally appreciate the fact that he's going from RA1/2 to an R115. That is very refreshing, and I am very happy to make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-12 from RA1/2 to R-1-15, located at 1045 East, 3650 South.
Thank you, Councilman Iva. We have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Martinson. This is an ordinance, so we'll do roll call vote. Coates?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Item 5A is approved unanimously. Move on to item 5B. This is public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-13 from OS open space to C3 commercial located at approximately 1400 East, 3650 South. The applicant is Star Nursery. Eldon Gibbs, city planner, will give the report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The requested change is from the current open space zoning designation to a proposed general commercial C3 zoning designation. The C3 request is in preparation for a possible future Star Nursery development. The general plan land use designation for this parcel is community commercial, which does allow for the C2 and C3 zoning districts. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is open space to the east and south, open space and C1 to the north, and PUD commercial to the west. Staff is supportive of this request at this location due to being in line with the general plan designation. The Planning Commission did review this in their June 1st, 2022 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this zone change to the proposed zoning of general commercial, which is the C3, onto the City Council based on the following findings in your packet. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for Eldon?
I had questions on, since they provided a site plan, is there no intended to have city roads that go to the run north-south? I'm asking anyone who knows.
I'm happy to maybe jump in.
Yeah.
Just being somewhat familiar with the area, what I've seen is that to the east of this property, there would be an ingress egress that would also give access to any future expansion of the park there. I believe that is also where a future traffic control device may be. I'm not sure. I don't think we're approving the site plan. I think the site plan may have just been included to just to give a bit of a reference there. But
Yeah, and I understand it's not on, but because it was included, I guess what I'm saying is that we need to provide access because we can't cut off the substation in the future development. I know it's BLM to the south, but I also don't want all the roadway to be put on the property owner to the east or west. And the west is already the storage units that are going in there, and they don't have a road down that property line. So it probably needs to be to the east, is all I'm stating.
Eldon pulled up the transportation plan, and there is a road plan for the east side, so it would be
It would be
a
split
half and
between
half.
them. Okay, that's all I needed.
Yeah, but the councilman's point is well taken that, you know, we're not approving a site plan tonight.
Yep, we're not.
So thank you, Councilman Coates. Any further questions for staff or any further discussion before I open the public hearing? I'm not sure anyone's here to speak to this item. Applicant, are you okay to speak after the public hearing? At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone who'd like to speak to item 5B, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and invite the applicant to come forward. And if you would like to, actually, I would like you to come forward and tell us a little bit about your project. And I have a few things I'd like to add to it.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff.
If you just state your name again.
My name is Craig Q, spelled Keough. I am the founder and proud owner of Star Nursery, 16 stores, over 700 employees. Been in business almost 40 years. Been in Southern Utah, coming up on 30 years, and are very excited about opening our third location. And I'm here to answer any questions. Respectfully ask for your support.
I'd just like to say something about Star Nursery. That building that you guys have, the old cotton mill, that
I
building.
am also your caretaker of the cotton mill.
Yes. I was going to say that building means a lot to our community, and you guys have been such good stewards of that building, and I just appreciate that very much. And I know our whole community appreciates the way you take care of that building, because it's a big deal to us. So thank you.
Big deal to me too. Thanks.
Well, I'll continue with the flowers, right? I can't think of a better business right there in an area that is a beautiful part of the world, part of Washington, and to have flowers and trees and brush and things to make life even more beautiful and attainable in that area. I think that we'll have more pretty trees and flowers down there just because Star Nursery's there, because people can see them. And anyway, that was a long flowery speech, but I appreciate what you do as well.
Thank you.
The cotton mill is very important to us. We appreciate that.
So just curiosity, what, do we have like a style for this, or is it?
Staff has recommended something that's going to be going in down the street, and I'm open for any kind of architecture that they're wanting to.
That's great. It sounds like you'll work with our.
Yeah, the Star Nursery's been great. They're working with our architect and designer that we've hired, and they've been great to say, hey, tell us what you want and we'll make it fit. So
Yeah.
really good.
Okay.
You know, Star Nursery took a chance on us years ago, and they became one of our pillars of economic growth here. So we really appreciate Craig, and I personally appreciate the conversation we had a few weeks ago, and your commitment to this area. And you know, one of the things that we talked about was just the role that you play in native and desert landscape in this climate, and you know, owning and operating nurseries and having native plants and shrubs. It's all part of that solution to water conservation and wise stewardship. So we appreciate you. I think this council is probably ready to make a motion, and you're probably ready to hit the road. So
I'm here all night for you.
Council, further questions for Craig? If not, I'll be happy to entertain a motion on this item.
Well, I think it's a great project. I just was wondering if you wanted to have conversation about the confusion with open space and that they had, you know, the conversations with the Planning Commission and how we should move forward to try to address that.
Yeah, so you mind if I address that? And I appreciated the feedback from multiple angles on the council. That is something that staff is starting to have a conversation with Community Development Director Drew Ellerman and with City Attorney Thad Segmiller. We recognize that sometimes residents will look at the zoning map And they'll see the current zoning and determine or assume that that is the future use. And so in addition to, educating residents that the general plan is future use, and that's really the map that they need to go to, we're also looking to potentially rename that open space to something that says maybe not yet zoned. Councilman Martinson, did you have anything to add to that? That's kind of
It was supposed to be called not determined years ago.
not determined.
Yeah.
We've had that conversation before, but obviously it's brought some confusion again.
Yeah, I think the goal is we got to get our maps updated of all those areas and re-looked at. And I think that's something we should take on and get it to the finish line. I think it was recommended years ago. I remember sitting in planning commission and it was supposed to be not determined. And I just don't think we followed through, and that's bad on our end, in my opinion. And let's get it addressed so that people don't have this confusion. So
yeah, good points. That's a really good question. I think this was a case where residents saw that, and rightfully so. I can see how people would see that and think that open space meant open space forever.
One of the challenges with those residents is they think it's open space for them, for their motorcycles, right? And if there is something that'll be planned open space, we want it to be more natural terrains, not impacted by recreation. And so I understand the citizens, but open space, when we designate it as such, will have restrictions on what they do in a lot of these areas.
I'm confident, Jeremy, you've heard that feedback. Are you comfortable with that feedback going through the manager? Thank you, council member. Further discussion and or motion on this item?
I'll make a motion unless if there's further. I make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-13 from open space to C-3 located at approximately 1400 East, 3650 South.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Casperson.
Second that.
I have a second by Councilmember Coates. This is an ordinance, so we'll do a roll call vote. Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye. Just correction, Mayor, you said Councilmember Coates seconded. It was Councilmember Henderson.
Correction. For the record, Tara, if Councilmember Henderson was the second on that item. It was a horse race between him and Ivy, but it was Henderson, and I called the third place on that instead of the second. So congratulations.
Thank you.
We're
Thank you
glad
very
that you took a chance on us years ago, and that you've come back, and we look forward to you having much success there and working through that process to get a beautiful building.
We're excited to open our fourth store.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 5C. This is a continuation of a public hearing and consideration to an ordinance amending and adopting the Washington City Grading and Erosion, Washington City Grading, Erosion and Sediment Control Manual. Our city engineer, Paul Mogul, will give the report on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Paul Mogul, City Engineer. So our grading manual, the last update to it was in 2006. And Washington City issues permits for grading on public and private construction projects within the city. This manual describes the permitting program and outlines the process. We hired Alliance Consulting to help us update and write the grading manual. We have with us Joe Williams with Alliance, and we'll turn the time over to him. Before I do that, though, when Councilman Coates came in with the suit, I had to reintroduce Joe to Councilman Coates. And said, they work together, and I don't
That's
think
okay, though, right? I'm glad. I should
I
have
don't think
walked
he's ever
over.
seen him in a suit. So he was like, "Who is that guy?" I'm like, "That's the guy you work with." So while Joe comes up, I'll try to pull that up on the slideshow.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Joe Williams, and I assisted the city with the preparation of this grading manual, and I'll be presenting it this evening. And I'll start out with a little bit of a background on the grading manual. So, as Paul mentioned, the current grading manual was adopted in 2006. And Washington City was one of the first jurisdictions in the region to have a document that provided grading design guidelines and regulated earthwork construction related issues. So the grading manual document primarily describes the permitting program that the city has adopted for earthwork projects and promotes environmentally sound construction practices. The general organization of the manual, it follows a 20-step permitting program that the city has adopted for the standard grading permit, starting with what type of permit is needed, and it finishes up with receiving of official notice from the city that all the grading requirements have been addressed. And then the grading manual reaches a broad audience. It provides guidance for developers, engineers, contractors, and Washington City personnel. So what are some of the issues that the grading manual is intended to help avoid? So the manual provides best management practices, or BMPs, to help reduce the risk of issues that can result in earthwork construction and stormwater pollution related concerns. BMPs are described in the manual and provide examples of what not to do in some scenarios. For example, the manual intends to avoid some of the mistakes that are showing up here on the screen. In the top left there, you have a check dam that was constructed of straw material. The manual that prohibits the use of straw and other lighter weight materials because of issues with falling apart or being displaced, is shown there. The manual has recommendations for proper construction of rock check dams. And the photo in the top right shows where too much water was added for dust abatement purposes. In this case, you can see the water is ponding on the surface, which causes surface water runoff and issues with erosion. And then in the bottom left photo, there's a silt fence that was put in place to protect storm drain inlet. In this case, the silt fence has been damaged during construction. And the purpose of providing this example in the manual is it emphasizes the need to continually inspect BMPs during construction. And then the photo on the bottom right shows a construction entrance that was not properly stabilized. And not only does this create a mess and it's not very aesthetically pleasing, but it can also have issues with stormwater pollution. And that is another thing the manual provides, is the proper methods for stabilization of construction entrances. So now we'll talk about some of the reasons for the update. First, the current grading manual was adopted in 2006, which was 16 years ago. And there have been a lot of changes to the state regulations with regard to the stormwater permitting. And stormwater concerns are the primary focus of this update. But for the most part, not a lot has changed since the previous version. And also, the city has elected to adopt a new hydrology manual for project stormwater design and a low impact development guidance manual, otherwise known as LID, which is for on-site retention and stormwater quality purposes. So this update also coincided with the state audit of the Washington City Stormwater Program, which was completed in 2020 by the Utah Division of Water Quality. And some of the issues that were needed to be addressed in this updated manual as they relate to the state audit include the requirement for the city to maintain a database and map post-construction stormwater controls. And considering the number of projects, it's a difficult task for the city to manage. So in the updated manual, the requirement has been included as part of the project closeout to require permittees to provide the city with information needed to maintain that database. And additionally, as part of the permitting process described in the manual, a regulatory step that allows the city allows city personnel access to private property for permit inspections has been included. The state audit had a comment requiring implementation of a regulatory measure that allows for this. Also, the current grading manual did not explicitly describe the requirement for the preparation of a stormwater pollution prevention plan, otherwise known as a SWIP. The audit comment by the state called for a regulatory requirement for the preparation of a SWIP that is consistent with the state's construction general permit. So as mentioned a minute ago, the manual update includes a change to the current city hydrology manual. For this new update, the city has decided to adopt the Washington County Flood Control Authority hydrology manual, and that will replace the Washington City hydrology manual, which is included as a section in the current grading manual. The report that the city is looking to adopt is referenced in Section 8 of the updated manual, and exceptions applicable to Washington City have been noted. The full hydrology report will be incorporated into the manual as included in Appendix F.
So can I stop you right there?
Yes.
Just one question on the hydrology manual. Where this was written by the Washington County Flood Control Authority, is it strata specific, like the soils, the different formations, or is it written for our entire area, or is it specific? I'm just not aware.
Yeah, it is written for the entire county, and I believe that's one of the reasons that the city has decided to adopt this, is to have more uniformity with the drainage design in the county.
Okay.
So another manual that is included in the update is the LID guidance manual from the Southwest Utah Stormwater Coalition, which Washington City is a member of. The manual has already been adopted by the city, and it has been included in Appendix G of the updated manual because the goal is to provide all this information under one document. So now we'll kind of discuss the general organization of the updated manual. Generally, the content of the manual hasn't changed. Some reformatting was performed to convert the document into what would typically be expected for a technical document. Sections 2 through 6 of the updated manual describe the 20-step process for a standard grading permit. And then, although each section provides useful information for all parties that are involved, there's generally more of a focus for certain parties in specific sections. Section 2, for example, provides information to the permittee regarding the first steps of the process, such as determining the type of permit that is needed, hiring an engineer, and other information needed to get started. Then Section 3 provides information to design engineers to aid in the preparation of grading drawings and other project documents. Section 4 provides information for the permittee about the submittal of grading plans for review, the application for a grading permit, and city involvement in this process. Section 5 provides useful information on grading contractors and what is expected in the field during construction. And then Section 5 also describes violations and enforcement procedures. And then Section 6 is the project acceptance and closeout, and it describes the final steps for finalizing the standard grading permit. Section 7 provides the requirements and steps for applying for a low impact grading permit. And the low impact grading permits, from my understanding, are not common, but basically it's applicable for projects with a disturbed area less than 1 acre, where insignificant negative impact can be adequately demonstrated to the city. And then Section 8 is a reference to the 2 manuals that were previously discussed, the aid in hydrologic studies and stormwater development projects. And again, those hydrology those are the hydrology manual from the Washington County Flood Control Authority and the LID guidance manual from the Southwest Utah Stormwater Coalition, which was formerly known as the Dixie Stormwater Coalition. The appendices for the updated manual provide adopted documents and key supporting information that were either too large or wouldn't be able to work within the body of the manual. And then an important note about the appendices for this manual is it includes documents that will be needed for practically every project, while the remainder are reference and guidance documents. So the most important documents to be aware of in the appendices are Appendix C, which provides the Washington City BMP standard notes and details with a comprehensive list and guidance for temporary and permanent stormwater controls. And also Appendices F and G, which provide the previously mentioned hydrology manual and LID guidance manual. So what I provided is just a basic summary, general summary of the manual, the reasons for performing the update, and a description of the organization and utilization of the manual. And we'll thank you for your time, and we'll open it up to questions and feedback.
Council, questions for Mr. Williams? 455 pages is a large grading project.
That's a lot of reference material.
What changed from our prior manual to this? Are there some highlights that this council ought to be aware of and consider before they vote?
Yeah, the biggest things are the stormwater stuff. So the hydrology manual is probably the biggest thing. Other than that, a lot of reformatting and addressing some of the state's comments.
So, Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Mogul, if that'd be okay.
Please, Councilman.
So who do you see using this manual? Is this more just to be in compliance with state guidelines, or is it actually being used by contractors and developers to?
Yeah, it gets used. Engineers use it, contractors, developers, they all use it. In order to do any building, you got to get a grading permit. In order to get a grading permit, you got to follow the guidelines set forth in the grading manual. I know it's very cumbersome, 400 and some odd pages, and it's easy to get the glossy eyes as you look over it because it's a lot of engineering talk and it's not very entertaining to read. But there is a lot of policies and procedures on how to get a grading permit and following guidelines, because there are LID measures that we got to uphold and stuff like that. So yeah, it does get used by developers, contractors, engineers.
So it sets the criteria for the standards and the procedure for development.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I like the section 7 where you've kind of made some adjustments for smaller projects so that, you know, your average Joe that's going to do some grading doesn't have to do all this. They have an exception, and so I like that part of it.
That's good. You made it to chapter 7.
This council certainly does their homework on these things, and we really appreciate your work with Alliance. I know that's a team effort, and we appreciate your coordination with our Public Works Department and leaning on their experience, working with contractors and with exponential growth we've faced. Paul, before I open the public hearing, is there anything else you'd like to share with the council? Or council, do you have any further comments or questions for our engineer or the engineer who put together the plan?
Just a question. Do they get this as a PDF or is it a printout? No, I'm not asking facetiously because I've got a follow-up question to that.
It's on our website as a PDF.
Okay, and then when they click, because I'm trying to, and it's because it's a PDF in Google Drive, right? They're hyperlinks.
Right.
So when I click on 6.1, it takes me to section 6.1, so I don't have to scroll all the way through the document.
Come talk to them.
Because I'm in Drive. I mean, if I'm on the city's website, I'm trying to think of ease of
Say that
use for
again,
the
Joe.
developer.
So I think whether those links work from what I noticed, and I need to figure that out, is I think it depends on the reader that's being used. So, for example, in Adobe, then they have not been working, but if it's pulled up on the web, it'll go to your web browser PDF, which it will work there.
Okay.
From
Just
my experience.
awesome. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the ordinance amending and adopting the Washington City Grading, Erosion, and Sediment Control Manual? Don't. I saw that, Rick. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'll turn to the council for further discussion and/or motion.
Kind of surprised because it's like a free novel and there's no one wanting to read it.
What do you mean?
Yes.
You can do it if you want.
Councilman Martinson, will you make a motion for us?
I would love to. This is an easy one because it's needed, right? Glad I'm not the one who had to build it. So I will make a motion that we approve an ordinance amending and adopting the Washington City Grading, Erosion, and Sediment Control GESC manual.
I have a motion by Councilmember Martinson.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Casperson. We'll do a roll call vote on ordinance. Let's start with Martinson.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
I'm abstaining.
Henderson.
Aye.
And motion passes unanimously and with one abstention. Thank you for your work. We appreciate your expertise, and hopefully that helps us keep doing it right.
Yep.
And he saw me in a suit, so it's a win-win.
Okay, we'll move along to item 5D. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve a resolution opening and amending the 2021 to 2022 fiscal year budget. So this is our current budget. Our fiscal year ends at the end of the month, and we are in a good financial position to which we can only keep so much in savings. So we are looking to our finance director to explain what the city manager recommends we do to continue to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. Brian Brown, if you'd come forward.
So we are 8 days away from ending this fiscal year. Yeah, it's like Christmas.
Speak right into the mic there.
So I met with the city manager to review this year's budget and to make any final budget. This will be the final budget amendment for this year. So we're proposing, in your packet, we proposed to attach the budget amendment for the fiscal year 2021, 2022. And so the budget amendment that we propose, the current budget is 102 million, and we're proposing the new budget will be 107 million. And the main categories of effect are the general fund, the Washington City Foundation, the debt service, and capital projects. So just a quick breakdown, just go in more detail. Here's a itemized detail of what will be addressed in this budget amendment. So we will be doing some transfers from the general fund to the capital projects. There was some accounting items like with the cost allocations that we need to adjust, and some other items when we looked at their budget that were not included in the original budget, so we'll adjust those. And then the foundation, there were expenses in that we need to adjust. And the debt service, when we paid off the sales tax bond, that was not budgeted originally. So what we did is we had to include that in, so that's what the 566,000 is to pay off that debt or the sales tax bond early. And when we paid that off early, the streets and parks capital projects funds, they transfer money to debt service to make that payment. So that also was not included in that original, in that budget. So we had to make that transfer as well. So this is the proposed budget. Do you have any questions for me regarding this budget adjustment?
Brian, would you just touch on kind of the four larger items? Because most of this is just taking savings and putting them towards future capital projects for future needs.
Yes, so on this, these are the bottom four items in the general fund: the transfer to street capital projects, transfer to public safety, and transfer to leisure service, and the general capital projects. What we're doing is we're moving this from the general fund over to the capital projects, and that's so that we remain below the 35% that is allowed in the general fund.
So I think an important thing to clarify here is this is not an opportunity to spend. This is just moving them from one pot to another. So there's no approval to spend that money or projects right now that is earmarked to. Just saving it in a different bucket so that we fall within state compliance.
So make sure I understand this, Brian, Mr. Brown. So the legislature allows us to keep 35% in fund balance. It was increased 10% a couple of years ago. This is merely moving from one to another to be in compliance with that.
Correct.
So if the citizens were to look at this, they wouldn't look at it and say, you know, you've increased your budget now another $5 million. That would not be the case.
No, those items right there are purely transfers. They are not expenses.
And that would explain why those are even numbers, 2 million, 1 million, and
Correct.
not an odd cents or not a dollar. Okay.
We're saving the maximum amount the state will allow us. And so that's why we are good conservative stewards of taxpayer dollars.
I think we actually, with these transfers, that put it right around the fund balance at 31%. But the problem is with fund balance, it depends on your final revenue and expenses. So we're
giving ourselves a little cushion then.
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't want to just hit 35% and be like, oh no,
Good point. Great. Questions for Mr. Brown before I open the public hearing? Brian, did you have more, or was that was everything you had? Okay. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Anyone that would like to come forward and speak to item 5D regarding the amending of this current year budget, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I will close the public hearing, and I will call for further discussion and or a motion to approve the fiscal year 2022 budget to a total of $107,840,401. That's a lot of numbers there. And call for a motion or further discussion.
So Mayor, again, just to clarify, because a lot of times budgets can be misinterpreted by our citizens. This is not an increase to our general budget or an increase to capital projects. This is merely showing in the ledger an increase that was taken from one fund and shows now in our general fund. So with that, Mayor, I'd make that motion unless the council has.
Ready for a motion?
As long as you can say the numbers.
Yeah, apparently I can't. Go, try better than
elementary school trained. I can do it. We worked on this.
My degree's only in accounting and I can't say it.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution opening and amending the 2021-2022 budget to the amount of $107,840
107 million.
What did I say after I said that? Okay, so I flunked elementary.
Well, I think elementary only gets to 6 digits. This is 9. So yeah, 107 million.
$107 million, $840,401.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy.
Erase that, Tara. Erase that whole segment right there.
It's recorded. The new minutes, right? It's all recorded.
I will second that, Mayor.
I have a second by Coates. Okay, we'll go roll call. If Councilmember Casperson can stop laughing, we'll Casperson. Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Great. Thank you, Manager, for keeping a disciplined budget. And thank you, Brian, for all of your excellent work. We'll move along to item 6, ordinance. Item 6A is consideration to approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code, Title 3, Chapter 2, Alcohol. City Attorney Thad Segmiller.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is coming back after our work session meeting. I will present it here on the screen, but with representation that we went through and made the edits and adjustments requested by council. I'll just walk through those quickly and then would entertain and answer any questions or discussions you'd like to have. I want to highlight one of the definitions that we didn't do during our work session, because this is important to the subsequent paragraphs that we'll discuss. I'm missing it. Where's the overlay zone? Right there. So this definition, bar establishment and overlay zone, I just wanted to emphasize to the council, this definition hasn't changed, but it's a license intended to serve a specific area designated by the council. I'm on the first page on definition, bar establishment and designated overlay zone. So that's actually page 2, Councilwoman Casperson. So bar establishment or license intended to serve a specific area, and I wanted to emphasize that, specific area designated by the council. So this is an overlay zone that the council can choose to grant, but can also choose to deny. And I'll continue on the definition. Which bar establishment shall be located in the commercial zone? Again, so the specific area has to be in a commercial zone that's granted by the council. This type of bar establishment license entitles the licensee to sell alcohol products for consumption on the licensed premises in connection with the license issued by the state. And so I just wanted to read that again to reconfirm. This is a council-driven, council-approved allowance for a specific area within a commercial zone. We had discussed in the work session a couple of changes in a couple of areas, so I just want to walk through those. On number 6 here, bar establishment in the designated overlay zone, you'll see it's written now to state that the licenses issued within the designated overlay zone shall not exceed a total of 3 licenses among any and all of the designated zones. It came to you with 4. I think it was Mayor Staley that mentioned there's a little ambiguity as to whether it was 4 per zone or 4 in all zones. So this is written to say 3 amongst all the overlay zones that exist or that are granted.
And I think I recommended 2, but in the work session.
You recommended 2. The council, I think, compromised at 3. It was written at 4. We can still put it wherever you want it. I added some more language there to reference a 6-month time period for an existing facility and an 18-month time period for a new build or a substantial remodel. That was also feedback from the council. And so we worked on that section to get it to be consistent with the feedback we received. We also worked on the proximity section here, which is we changed it from 200 feet to 400 feet. I need to get a new draft in here because there's a better draft that has the numerical 400 feet written out. So that was the feedback that those are the changes that we made after the work session.
What was the state law again on that footage?
The state law on proximity?
Yeah.
The state law was 200.
I just want to stay with state law, personally, on that aspect, but I just don't think it's a big deal between 2 and 4, but.
I just think of Councilman Henderson's tape and what he brought forth with that last time.
Can you put that in the motion?
There's not a motion yet, but you can make one and put it in there.
But we're going to change it to 2 long extension cords.
So one thing I want to point out on proximity is this is just for off-premises beer retailer licensees. So this is gas stations. This is a lot of the facilities that we currently have. So there's a number of corners in our city where we think or hope or plan for a gas station to come in, but this would apply to them if no matter what you pass. But yeah, it's not for any of the other license types except for gas stations. The off-premises beer retailers, gas stations, C-stores, grocery stores, the types that sell beer that gets taken off-premise to be consumed elsewhere.
And its distance from that premises to community location. Can you define community location?
Yeah, that's defined in the state law. School, church, There's a couple of others, but yeah, it's that type of a
Schools,
facility.
churches,
School,
parks.
church, parks.
Okay, those are the ones that were in my head.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, what is our current distance?
Oh, in the current code.
What's the current code? I mean, my only concern is if we expand it, do we potentially put someone in harm who has a license right now who wouldn't comply with the new code?
So the current folks would be grandfathered in at the code of their approval. But this is a good question, so let's answer it.
Knowing that our current code may not be what we want to stay with, but
600 feet.
okay. So
And
this would
is-
actually be a shorter distance than what we currently have.
Yeah, and it's for everything. It's for any license that would be issued.
I think when I remember the workshop and you guys were there, if you remember too, I think we talked about the number of licenses in the overlay zone was 4 and 2 and settled on 3. And I think we had this same discussion at 6 and 2 and settled on 4. And anyway, that's just how I recall it. And maybe where you came up with those numbers.
The council always has the option of a permitted exception. If there was a situation that justified something lesser than that, the council has that authority to make a permitted exception in that situation.
Just puts us in a hard place when you have residents yelling at you.
It absolutely puts you in a hard place.
I'll just tell you what the council, so I'm about 2, because that's what state looks at it. They understand it. We should stick with the state on the alcohol side. And then I like the other aspect of you said 3 total. In
3
those
total,
zones.
so
no matter what, you couldn't do 3 in each zone, or
let's say the council has 4 property owners from 4 different areas that ask for that zone, and the council approves all of them, and none of them are able to get a license from the state, so they don't come to us for a license. And so we've got 4 zones, and at some point 3 of them get a license and come and get approval. The 4th zone, even though it's zoned, wouldn't get a license because it maxed out. The only way they could get a license is if they were able to get a license through your quota, which would be through population growth, or if you change the statute to change the ordinance. But yeah, you could approve 10 overlay zone areas, but only 3 licenses for a bar establishment may be issued.
And
so there's 2 layers. There's a zoning layer. It's kind of like our downtown historic zone. We've got one, but that's only applied to one area, right? So to come and get the zoning issue resolved, they've got to come and show they've got a commercially zoned property, get an overlay on top of that allows for a bar establishment. But that doesn't guarantee they get a license, and it doesn't guarantee that they'll have licenses available under the city's quotas.
So this mainly, we've updated our code to match Utah code and then there's just still discussion with the distancing. Well, I don't know how everyone else feels about that, but
Yeah, there's 2 wrinkles that are a little different than state law. State law doesn't talk about overlay zones. They just recommend that you have lower quotas. We've got a high quota, 1 bar license per every 20,000 of population, and we round down until it's 2. So we've got to get above 40,000 before we have a second bar license allowed. This proposal follows what St. George did, which allows for a high quota, but also zoning driven, council approved bar establishments within an overlay zone. This doesn't guarantee that anybody gets the right to do it. They have to come to you. They have to present a site plan. You have to decide whether you want that in your city at that location. If you were to approve it and grant the overlay zone, they would then have the ability to go to the state and seek a preliminary license, and then come to the city once they've got a guarantee of a state preliminary license and ask for local consent from the city. So that's a little different than state.
I think it's a good compromise in the fact that right now we have just the 1 allowed, and we know there's been some limitations with that, but even though we haven't adjusted this since 1989, it can certainly be adjusted as we see conditions changing or things look good. So I think it's a good compromise at this point, and it gives the council a lot of decision-making ability over what happens. So if you got to that point and you really felt like, well, we could have a fourth, you know, and it wouldn't really hurt anything, or we could have one per zone or something, it could always be adjusted. But I think this kind of gives us a baby step towards what you would like.
I think we're in the right realm. I like what we've done. I'm good with limiting it at 3. So for now, I mean, we can always look at the applications as they come, like you said, Manager Red. So
I'm just thinking about the distance question. When we were set at 600 before, I do remember, the same as what Mayor talked about, that we were at 6 and 2 and set at 4. But when we set that at 6, could that have been in compliance with state code at that time, or were we still in excess of what the state requirement would have been at that time?
So the history of alcohol laws in this state has been similar to what we're doing today, which is the state used to be very restrictive and very conservatively approached. So this is an issue where conservatives are actually very liberal, right? They try to really tax and regulate it out of existence. So the state has relaxed that over the years. And so I would guess that when Washington adopted 600 feet in 1989, that probably was state law at that time. I haven't confirmed that via research, but that would be my guess. Yeah, alcohol was around in 1989.
No, I said I didn't realize this was.
I'm joking.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought you were smiling because of my conservatives being liberals comment. Okay.
It's like an oxymoron.
I had a question on the application for license, just reviewing that. B5. Is there a reason that only says 200 feet when the
Where are you at?
city is B5 under the application for license? So that one says 200 and we're allowing it's within 400. So is there a reason that doesn't match?
That hasn't
the
been
3210?
adjusted.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to make that consistent with what's decided.
Maybe I
on
take
motion.
that as a sign that we adjust it to 200 feet, but
I'm probably I'm quite conservative on this, but I'm happy to entertain a motion and further discussion on this item.
I was okay with the 400 myself, the 400 distance,
I think I am,
especially because of your visual that you brought forth.
I think with an ordinance like this, and certainly there's a lot of wisdom in updating an ordinance that's been around since 1989, but with the approach that the council and staff have taken, I think it puts a lot of responsibility on this council and on future councils to determine, if and when the right place would be to allow additional bar establishments. And, we can control a little bit about what we do today and then, trust futures that'll be in these positions to make good, sound decisions for the community. So certainly we are a growing, evolving community, and there's, I'm sure, a broad array of opinions on an ordinance like this, but certainly appreciate your work, and the updates and the definitions and getting us in line, and letting this council wrestle with a few of the details that they ought to wrestle with. So I'll entertain further discussion or motion.
so I'm going to throw this out there. We just had the fire truck, right? They said it'll go up to 109 feet.
107.
107. How high were you up today? So it's all perspective, right? The distance is all perspective, is what I'm saying, is 200 versus 400.
we were only up about 60.
You were only up 60.
Yeah,
It
So-
felt pretty high.
And so if we're talking about putting the liquor store 60 feet in the air, then we'll talk about that.
What I'm getting, 400 feet up in the air is way different than 400 feet going from one location to a next, is all I'm getting at. So I'm okay with either.
I just state, I like to stay on these type of subjects, stay consistent with state code.
Yeah.
So I'm just falling back on. It's not like I'm going to,
And I
the
would
majority
agree with
wants 400. I mean, we'll roll with that, but I just trying to stay with state code, because I'm not trying to be, it just is hard for someone who comes in and goes, well, the state code says this, but you say this, and it's hard. It's just another hurdle. So I'm just trying to be more consistent, is all.
So Mayor, what are you looking for as far as, are we making a motion with the changes that we've discussed, or?
Yeah, I feel like we're to that point. I mean, this has been something that's kind of been, in the works for some time now. We've had a good workshop discussion. The council's had time to consider it, think about it. It sounds like there's a few minor details, and I'm happy to have any of those vetted with further discussion, or I'm happy to entertain a motion if someone feels like we're to that point.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Can
Mayor.
Councilman, before
Yeah.
you do, can I just suggest one thing? So we're kind of between 2 and 4. Compromise is always a good way forward. Could we go 300? Would that be something that council would consider? Then I would certainly, because this isn't I don't want to make this a big issue, but I don't mind being a little more conservative than the rest of the state. But that's my own perspective on living here. So
if whatever motion will identify the number of licenses per overlay zone and the proximity distance.
To a community location, which is a church, school, park, those type of organizations or places.
I'd be good with the 300.
300 100-foot extension cords.
Okay, Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion on extension cords. No, but I'm ready to make a motion.
650s.
So I'll make a motion that we approve approve an ordinance amending Washington City Code Title 3, Chapter 2, alcohol, with as outlined by staff, with the clarifications that it's 3 additional bar licenses on top of the one we already have, and then the 300 feet.
And I just want to make it clear, it's not 3 additional bar licenses, it's the possibility of up to 3.
Yes, I concur.
In the overlay zone.
Yeah, I just don't want anybody to accuse this council of approving more licenses tonight.
Thank you for clarifying that the possibility for 3 in the overlay zone.
Have a motion by Councilmember Coates.
I will second that.
No.
I'll second that, Mayor.
We have a second by Councilmember Ivy. This is an ordinance, so we will do a roll call vote. Let's see here. We will start with, I believe we're on, are we on Ivy?
It doesn't matter.
It does to me.
All right, we're going
I
to
haven't
start
gone
back
first.
this way. We'll go Ivy,
Ivy, aye.
Casperson,
Aye.
Martinson,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
All right, we'll pause to let the recorder keep up with us. Okay, we'll move on to item 7A. I need to apologize, council. Item 5D was only the public hearing for the amendment to the budget. So we want to get this right. So item 7A is actually the consideration to approve that resolution. So I am going to call for a motion accepting the amendment to the fiscal year 2021, 2020. No, excuse me, that is.
Yeah, we did it correctly.
We did it correctly.
This is a different item.
7A is consideration to approve a resolution accepting the fiscal year 2021, 2022 fraud risk assessment. Brian Brown. I feel like I've been drinking.
I'd like to see that.
Just the thought of all those bars.
So when I started to prepare for tonight's meeting, I realized tonight may be the only night I have more items on the agenda than Drew. The only thing that I was jealous of is I don't have the pen like him, because I always consider him the John Madden of community development. So, but what we're talking about tonight is the fraud risk assessment. Once again, this is required annually by the state. So a few years ago, it's 3 years ago, they implemented this, and the reason why this was implemented by the state auditor, and the purpose of this assessment was to help measure and reduce the risk of undetected fraud, abuse, non-compliance in local government of all types and sizes. So this is the report that we'll send to the state, this fraud risk assessment, and the number one item, the reason why it has 200 is because it's the most important on the fraud risk assessment. Because it involves the separation of duties, which it does also involves internal controls. So it has this questionnaire. If you can go through and answer these, and you can claim the 200 points. And this report's similar to last year. The only difference is this year we implemented I can't remember what it's called, an audit committee, and that we report the internal audits we do. So with that audit committee, we were able to claim 20 additional points. And so with that, our score for this fraud risk assessment puts us at 355. Unlike golf, the higher the better. The higher the score, the lower risk of audit. So that puts us at well, it's right on the boundary of low, very low and low. So do you have any questions regarding the fraud risk assessment for the fiscal year 2021, 2022?
Are you the one that checks all the receipts? And
Once in a while I do, but we have someone in our accounting department that does that. They check and make sure all the receipts, that we have proper receipts, documentation, but also quarterly we do a formal internal audit where we actually randomly pick cards and we have a checklist and actually go through, and so we can verify that everything is being done correctly. Yeah, I'm strict on receipts. And some other things we implemented last year was a meal form. So if you go out, we hadn't had that before. So if you have a meal, you fill out the meal form. A gift card form, we hadn't had that before. So if you buy gift cards, you have to have fill out the form for that. So we've implemented some stuff from this fraud risk stuff just to help eliminate any risk of fraud.
Did you work with Hittenberg on this?
No, this is all internal.
Questions for our finance director?
Or for you, Mayor? I'm looking at number 4.
Yep.
Where it says employees, this one, or employees and elected officials required to annually commit in writing and to abide by a statement of ethical behavior. Is this something that we should be doing?
Can I answer this question, please? This lets me get on my high horse.
Okay.
I want all the points possible.
Talk about the state auditor's office. All the points possible are wonderful. The problem that we have is we have over 400 employees, and just the logistics of having each of them sign a statement of ethical behavior. In our opinion, if somebody's going to be unethical, signing the paper to say that they're going to be ethical doesn't help. And so Brian and I have gone through this. We even looked at the logistics of having every employee sign it. It'd be wonderful if, key employees or department heads, mayor and council, but trying just to get 450 people every year to sign this.
And I ask them that question every year. I say, are we going to do this year? And
I always tell them it's not worth the effort, because unethical people don't become ethical because they sign a paper that says they'll be ethical. That's my soapbox, but we can do whatever you'd like.
And we've hit the magic number, 355 without.
And generally fraud, for the most part of it, if you have good internal controls, separation of duties, it does prevent it. And generally fraud starts out small. Someone's not just going to go do big money. They start out small. So you've got to have good internal controls and separated to stop any of that. And that's the best way to prevent fraud. And that's why the top one is 200 points.
So in asking that question, Mayor, and having it answered, I'm comfortable with that. I actually didn't read where I just thought it said elected officials at first, but I do understand to be a logistical nightmare trying to get every employee to do that every year. So
it'd be all part-time, all full-time. Everyone would have to sign.
Are we ready for a motion on this one?
Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve a resolution accepting the fiscal year 2021-2022 fraud risk assessment.
I have a motion by Councilman Martinson. Second by Councilmember Casperson. Resolution, so we'll go roll call. Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Resolution passes unanimously. Item 7B is consideration to approve a resolution closing the irrigation fund for Washington City and moving all activity to the water fund. Finance Director Brian Brown, third time up.
So this is more of a housekeeping item. We moved all the items in the budget, but it was recommended, as I said, it was recommended that we actually do a resolution to actually close it on July 1st. So with this, when we move the irrigation, the accounting, the revenues and expenses are separated in the water fund. So in the water fund, we have water distribution, treatment, and irrigation. All three of those are broken out with different accounting codes and separated. So we still can track the difference for irrigation and all those. Nothing really changed. It's just a different fund now.
Just consolidating irrigation into the water fund.
Correct.
Makes sense? Ready for a motion?
It does, Mayor, with just one comment is that where it does say irrigation fund, we just want to make sure that our residents again understand that this does no way affect the irrigation, whether it's any kind of irrigation. This strictly is closing one account and putting the other.
This is an accounting issue, not.
It's accounting, not watering.
And we still have what do you call it, a code?
Yeah, GL.
A GL code?
General ledger code.
For that, for the irrigation fund in the water fund. Right. Who'd like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution closing the irrigation fund.
Have a motion by Councilmember Coates.
Aye. Second.
Second by Councilmember Martinson. We'll go roll call. Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
And Casperson.
Aye.
Resolution passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 7C, consideration to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City calendar year 2022. City Manager Jeremy Redd.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I didn't want Brian to have all the fun. A little bit different this year. We normally just, let's see if I know how to do this. Let's see. So we normally just get this sheet, and we always, for the last 30 years, have just approved the certified tax rate. But our neighbors to the west are doing something different this year, and they're proposing a tax rate increase. So I've had quite a bit of discussion and question, not only with council members, with staff, talking about this particular issue. So I want to go through just 5 quick slides, and one of them is that slide, so that's pretty easy. I think it's important to understand what the certified tax rate is. The certified tax rate, we get the same amount of money from property tax each year. We collect the same amount from our residents, and as long as we do that, it's considered the certified tax rate. So it's the same property tax revenues for a taxing entity as were budgeted by that taxing entity for the prior tax year. And the rate changes every year, and that's what you're certifying. So as the values of the existing properties, homes and businesses go up, then the tax rate goes down to collect the same amount. If they go down, the tax rate goes up to collect the same amount. I think that everybody understands that. So this is the formula. Last year's budgeted revenue divided by the current year taxable property values gives you your new tax rate. So our tax rate for the city last year was 0.001001, and it has gone down quite substantially to 0.000753. And I'll show you why that is. Our revenue last year was $3,558,000 from property tax. So we take that. Now you talk about some big numbers. The total taxable value of Washington City is $4,725,915. Oh, let's see.
You want me to say that for you?
$4,725,915,798.
I lean on Ben for these.
Once we
I
get
think
to
it's just
billion.
that side, though.
Oh, this side got it down.
So in theory, that's the taxable value, and taxable value is an interesting number itself. But I think what was also interesting is that the new growth this year that was added to the rolls of Washington City is $521,600,000. So that's new businesses and residences that were valued this year, which I think is substantial and interesting to see. And so we take that number and we add that new certified property tax rate of 753, and we will get new growth revenue on top of the 3.5 million of $392,765. So you take everybody that was existing, pays the exact same amount, all the new people that we've added and businesses and residents, we end up with another almost $400,000 without raising taxes. So I think that's important to recognize and understand if we stick with that rate.
But how much are we spending additional
Well,
to cover those areas?
A lot, right? I mean, we can go through all of that, but any of this money, you know, our fire alone is $3.5 million. You know, so it's
In our
this
current
is general
budget,
fund
in
money.
our current budget.
Current budget. So when you talk police and fire, you're talking about $9 million just for police and fire. So it doesn't go very far. We supplement the rest with sales tax.
So Jeremy, quick question. So with property taxes going up, you have to adjust the levy rate so that we get the same amount this year from last. So with that, with those increased property values, where does that money go? The difference, does that go to the state?
So there's no difference because we're going to collect the same amount of revenue, but the rate went down. So every existing customer will pay a lower rate.
And that's because of the levy, right? That will adjust that.
But they'll pay the exact same dollar amount in taxes that they paid last year.
We're pretty close.
Plus or minus.
Pretty close. The values go up, rate goes down, and
Now,
we're still paying the
that's
same.
simplified as if everybody's rates or values change at the same time, and that doesn't. The assessor will come and do a section of the community, then another section. So you might see yours go up or down depending on. So it's not a perfect even system.
But the whole point is that you want to get the same that you got the year before.
Unless we increase that rate, we will always get the same revenue that we got the year before.
Per capita.
From the existing residents. So now next year, our number will be 3.951 million, and the tax rate will be set on that, but we have all those new residents, plus it'll add any of the new growth. So we talked about Auto Mall, we talked about other commercial properties. Those will come in and they'll be added to the growth. So
Well, and I'll just build on the manager's, points here, which are excellent. So let's take some round numbers and say that the 23 budget is $4 million in property tax revenue. Well, with a big expense with this ladder truck, right, $500,000 ladder truck, and other expenses with public safety associated with growth, we're at about 11 million in our 23 budget on public safety. So that's increased, and so property taxes pay around 36% of our total public safety budget. So short of any changes to a property tax rate, we rely heavily on economic development to be able to pay for those that we rely on for safety and for good streets and good parks and things. So it's critical that every department in the city is contributing, because property taxes are not funding our public safety.
That's right. I think that's a really good point that you made. We're getting $400,000 in new revenue, but how many residents, how many new homes and businesses did we also receive that we now have to provide streets, public safety, recreation, parks, maintaining all those things. So the last slide that I have, that I think is kind of interesting, today I went and took last year's 2021 numbers, but unless anybody changes their numbers this year, this will be real similar. You take your 2021 rates, and I just plugged in a $400,000 home value. Assuming that's your first home, your primary home, you pay 55% of the value of your home. You don't pay 100. If it's a second home or a vacation rental or something like that, you pay 100% of the value. So this is, and commercial pays at 100%. So commercial and second homes pay at a higher rate. But this is assuming a 55% taxable value. This is the breakdown of what you would pay. Your total property tax bill would be $1,904. And I think this is super important to understand. Of that, Washington City is only $220. The Mosquito Abatement District is $6.60. Water Conservancy District is $119.90. The school district is the lion's share of that, $1,330. And then Washington County collects just slightly more than we collect as well. With all of their rates together, they have 2 or 3 different little rates, and it's $227. So when those are adjusted by any of these entities, then that also affects somebody's property tax bill. So all that we're talking about today and all that we have control over is the Washington City bill. And anyone now living in Coral Canyon also has a special assessment that would be added to this as well. And when that runs out, when we've paid off that bond, then that will go away. But that was something that was done by the city and the developer when the Coral Canyon went in. So I think it's important to know if you get questions, I'm happy to share this slide deck with you, but I think it helps break it down so that people understand. I think it's very commonly misunderstood how property taxes are applied and done. So, any questions on that? Okay.
Thank you, Jeremy. If there's no further comment, questions, discussion, I will call for a motion to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City calendar year 2022 at 0.000753. Councilman Martinson, check me on that math there. We're okay?
I thought it was.
Is that the right amount? I'm looking at the ordinance, 0.000753.
That's correct.
I'll call for a motion.
Yeah, 2022. Yep. So I'll make a motion to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City calendar year of 2022 at 0.000753.
I have a motion on the table by Councilman Ivy.
Second by Coates.
Second by Councilman Coates. Resolution, roll call vote. Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
The tax levy is set for 2022. We'll pause for just a minute. Move along here to item 7D, which is consideration to approve a resolution setting the property tax levy for Washington City Special Service District in Coral Canyon for calendar year 2022. Once again, City Manager Jeremy Redd.
It's basically the same presentation, other than this is set based on the amount that we need to pay the bond. So we take the valuation of the properties located within the Coral Canyon area and set that to pay the bond. So the amount is similar unless we do something like refinance the bond. I believe there's 4 or 5 more years left. Do you remember, Brian? He can tell us, but that'll be a question that every Coral Canyon resident will call and ask Carrie. But there's still, I want to say, 4 or 5 years left on that bond.
Are all of the phases of Coral Canyon involved in this, even the newer ones?
Yes.
All of the lands that were contained in the original Coral Canyon PCD.
So the infrastructure that was constructed was the interchange, the lift station, those kind of big dollar items.
So before I call for motion, I just ask staff to look at item 7D on that title there. It should be a resolution setting the property tax levy for Coral Canyon Special Service District for tax year 2022. If you just update that year, and then council, for whoever's going to make that motion, that tax levy for the Special Service District at Coral Canyon is 0.001645. I'll be happy to entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution setting the property tax levy for the Coral Canyon Special Service Districts for the calendar year 2022.
0.0016
or 0.001645.
I have a motion by Councilmember Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Martinson. Roll call. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
That tax levy is set. Okay, we'll move on to item 7E. This is a consideration to approve a resolution for the Warner Draw Watershed, Utah Supplemental Watershed Work Plan Agreement number 9. I'll invite our city engineer, Paul Mogul, to present on this item.
Paul Mogul, city engineer. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, council. So what this is in the packet, there were 2 projects that are listed. There's 2 debris basins. They're called the Main Street debris basins. And then there's another project called the Y drain, which is behind the Riverside Elementary, that open channel. The city, we requested NRCS funds a while back, and us, along with a couple other sponsors, had some projects that we requested NRCS funds for. And because NRCS is federally funded, there's some steps you got to go through. What this resolution does is adopt the agreement set by the NRCS to move the project from the environmental phase to the design / construction phase. And so that's kind of this resolution in a nutshell. And if there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Questions for our city engineer? Comments, discussion?
Is this paid by impact fees or?
Correct.
And then is this a shared cost between all the sponsors?
Correct. And if you look in that agreement, I believe it's number 10. Let me pull it up here. So what this agreement is saying, it's not binding us. Yeah, number 10. So this agreement is not a fund obligating document. So this in and of itself doesn't bind us to stuff. But the agreements that we have with NRCS is they're going to pay a good chunk of it, and then we would pick up the remainder of it, and that would come from our impact fees. Yes. Sorry.
Pretty straightforward. Any conversation or anyone want to take a stab at a motion?
Mayor, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve a resolution for the Warner Draw Watershed, Utah Supplemental Watershed Work Plan Agreement number 9.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. We'll go roll call vote on this. Ivy?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Item 7E is approved unanimously. We have a few more items. Would you like to take a quick 5-minute break or just power through?
Let's just go.
Okay, we'll continue on. We'll move on to item 8. This is a quarterly financial report. Fourth at bat, Finance Director Brian Brown.
All right, so in the packet, I gave you a more detailed where it lists all the accounts, and it's pretty lengthy, but I summarized all the accounts on this graph. So this is all our funds and the revenues and expenses for the last 3 years. And just to point out some key revenues and expense for this quarter. So what we're looking at here is 9 months. So July 21 to March 2022. And it's all comparable. So we're only looking at the 9 months for all 3 years. And as you can see, the general fund this year is up. The total revenue is $21.2 million. And the main contributors to this is sales tax. Sales tax compared last year for the first 9 months is up 13%. And we're projecting the estimated sales tax revenue to be $8 million for this year. Property tax was up also, and then golf course and the community center. So those are some of the main factors to that revenue increase. And then the expenses, as you can see, are pretty similar from last year. We're at $17.5 million for expenses this year. So that's where the general fund kind of sits for revenue and expenses. I'll talk about the enterprise funds or the water, sewer, and that in a minute. As far as building permits go, here's a graph of our building permits since 2006. You can see that last year was our best building permit year, and this year is trending to be the next building permit, the second highest year. Building permits, they're down about 9% from last year at this time for 9 months. But once again, we're trending higher than in the past. Another thing I include in this report monthly is just the RAP tax information, so you can have a quarterly look at where that is. So in 2022, we collected 361,464, and we distributed 214,000. So the balance from RAP tax is 1.4 million, and then back in October, the resolution 1921 committed 35% to cultural facilities and arts. So right now that's at 520. So if you take that out, there's $903,000 roughly available for RAP tax. And interest earnings. Once again, this is a 3-year. You can see that 3 years ago interest was a lot higher. We're still trending where we're at last year. The trend continues from last year. We've collected about $348,000 in interest earnings this year. And here's a summary of the operating revenue for the enterprise funds. So you can see the last 3 years on that. And then on the expense side, here's where the expenses for the enterprise fund sit. You can see, so this, if you look at the operating, that's of operating from budget. So that's where the different enterprise funds sits. The general fund sits, like I said, it was 17.5 million, and of budgeted, they've expended 63% of that. And so that's pretty much just a quick summary of where revenues and expenses are at for this quarter. As I said in the conclusion, the city is on trend to meet or exceed the prior year's revenues. Though the economy still remains uneasy, we'll continue to monitor the situation, the economy, the situation locally and nationally, and suggest any adjustments in the future. So that's pretty much sums up this report. Do you have any questions for me regarding this quarter?
What's inflation doing to us? I mean, like fuel costs have to be pretty much out of sight compared to what they were a couple of years ago for our fleet, right?
Yeah, I haven't looked at I can look at that. I haven't.
So this was through March.
Yeah, this is through March.
So we have seen some inflationary costs, but I think the staff and the department heads have done a good job trying to minimize that where they can, but we'll certainly continue to see it. In this year's budget, we added some inflationary, percentages to each department, but they'll also do what they can to try to keep those extra costs down.
The fuel cost will show up probably more in the next quarter, but I've heard a lot of some of the employees have talked, and a lot of the vendors are using their costs are going up because of the inflation. But
say many parts of our nation are not as fortunate as we are. I would just like to make a comment that inflation is about 11% right now, and there are still recovering from COVID downfalls and from gas prices and all that, but just still, really encourage our city staff to, with the 13% in sales tax and 120,000 up in recreation and cemetery, that if there's ways to continue to cut costs to our residents and to be more economical for them, then I would certainly appreciate any conversation that would look like as well as we go forward, because these are hard times. Not all families that live in our city are experiencing financial boom right now. So I would just appreciate anything along those lines as well going forward.
And that's a good key point. That's back when the recession came in 2008. That's what we did, is really look at our costs and what we could cut. And that's how we were able to push through on that. I wasn't at the city, but I was at a different organization. And that's one thing we had to do, is truly look at our expenses and what could we do.
Any further comment? Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. Okay, we'll move on to item 9, council assignments. 9A is consideration to approve an amendment to the council assignments. I think it's important as mayor for me to bring back assignments, for your information and for your approval on assignments. And recently, Councilman Ivey, with his involvement with the ULCT and specifically the Legislative Policy Committee. The governor's office has reached out to him specifically for him to serve on a committee called the State Water Working Group, which is, is a great honor for us to have someone locally representing and someone from our city and this council who we understand water. And so I wanted to just make each of you aware of that and to formalize that assignment for the duration that he serves in that working group. Councilman, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Or?
Well, I appreciate it. I do appreciate the offer that was extended. And really what it is they're looking for a working group that identifies with the different areas of our state. There are some parts of Utah that aren't in a real drought right now, but there's some that are extreme. And I appreciate the effort. I'm going to read a little bit of an update from legislative advocacy and I'm second mayor to address it, but I will keep you informed going forward with this and some of the discussions as we have meetings. It will require trips to Salt Lake, but part of our first conversation was that I would like to have them come here, have the group come here as well, at least every once in a while, so that they understand what we're dealing with, which is a little bit different than the rest of the state. So I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you.
Great. I'll call for a motion to approve an update to council assignments with that addition to Councilman Ivey's assignments. I'm looking for a motion to approve the amendment to council assignments.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the amendments to council assignments.
Have a motion by Councilmember Casperson.
I'll second that.
Second by Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. We'll move on to item 10, which is a report of officers from assigned committees. Councilmember Martinson, would you mind starting? We'll start on that end and work this way.
I don't have anything to report. No meetings. Everybody's taking the summer off, so.
Great. Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Henderson.
Nothing to report other than the Planning Commission always doing a good job as usual. So.
Thank you for your service there. That is an additional few nights and time and attention away from home and other responsibilities, so thank you. Councilmember Coates.
I have nothing to report. We haven't had a board meeting, so.
Great. Councilmember Ivey.
Just a couple of things really quick. We did have our public safety meeting last week with Chief Williams, Chief Evans, and with our city manager. I really appreciate being able to meet with them and them share what their experiences are in their departments. And I continue to appreciate all the men and women in those departments and the great things that they do for our city. And as I told them, we stand ready to be a support to them as their needs arise, and to always be an advocate for our public safety. The Arts Committee, Arts Board met today, and we talked about some things going forward and some things that I look forward to bringing forward to you when they're vetted more. But it's just we're a growing city with an appetite for arts, and it's really starting to take off. And as I've qualified myself in times past, I have no art ability, but I do support them. So I look forward to bringing that forward. As far as legislative policy, this is the legislative advocacy. I'm just going to read quickly. The legislature held several interim committee meetings this past week, and I attended some of those while I was at the Capitol last week. The meetings mostly consisted of reports from various agencies, and there was not a lot of new legislation proposed. But this is what I was telling you about. The Director of Government Relations, Justin Lee, did testify to the Legislative Water Development Commission on municipal efforts to conserve water and challenges cities and towns are facing now. And so that is kind of the crux of what we talked about before. In these same committee meetings, we preview some of the legislation that is coming and some of the, just to be prepared and understand the impact as far as our city and to other municipal partners. And then we also encourage the legislature to continue funding local infrastructure for our needs. And the last thing I'd mention is I did participate while I was at the Capitol in an event that was called Celebrate Utah. It was an invitation event that I really enjoyed. I think it's very important that we network and make friends throughout the state as we reach out and need help, or if they need our help, that we can serve each other. But it was a great event. There's a lot of great things in our state. You know, there was legislators there and people from the governor's office and others that really, it's really good to meet them and to get to know them. And I appreciate being able to attend that.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate your work there. Councilmember Casperson.
I have nothing to report this time.
Thank you. I'll be brief. We continue to meet with the Water Conservancy District as mayors and managers. We're discussing kind of best practices going forward. And right now, we've been coordinating with the municipalities. We've been coordinating with SUBA, and we're getting closer to be able to offer those will serve letters. We anticipate likely by the start of next year that we'll offer those. That will require an update to the regional water supply agreement. So there'll be a few minor edits to that as we go forward. But the interesting thing is we'll likely, with the landscape conservation ordinances and the other measures that are taking place on new construction, will likely, those will serve letters will, unless anything changes to be more restrictive, they will allocate 0.59 acre feet of water per year per ERC, per equivalent residential connection. So, we're really trying to tighten that up. Right now, I think we're around 0.89. And so, but that's allocated. And as I understand, citywide, just for some data that the managers provided to me, we're already pretty close to that 0.59 number. So we're doing well with our existing residents, but we're with that new ordinance, we're expecting a little tighter restriction. But what that does is that extends our ability to provide building permits and to continue to allow people to move here and continue to grow our city. So,
is that number taking in effect secondary water?
Manager, that's something you were there too. How would you answer that?
So this was a big question.
It's a complicated question.
Right now, we're looking at water is water is water, and so that's what they're looking at. They want 0.59, including your secondary water. So that's the goal that we're shooting for.
But this is to get the state, right, to allocate that we have this much water in our storage.
That's correct.
So this isn't saying that on a development side, because you talked will serve letter, but because are we looking to start issuing will serve letters from the cities?
So the district will actually be the one that will issue those letters, and it's still a work in process, but they're starting to define some practices, and I'd be happy to meet with you, councilman, or whoever would like to kind of show some of those details.
Yeah, I just think we need to be very cautious about what we're doing, because if someone comes in with secondary water, that's 2 for 1 in my mind. If it's provided secondary, and it's truly, I just think we need to keep that an option and look at it.
Well, I think it is, but the concept is that the amount that's allocated to them, just because they brought in secondary water doesn't mean we want to let them have, use more water than what is necessary per lot. Does that make sense?
No, I'm not saying per lot. I'm saying, so I'm just going to give an example, as if say a development comes in, provides the secondary water, and we get to the point where we're out of water, it's 2 for 1 in my mind if they have it versus people who don't have it, because you can spread the water farther.
Well, I don't think some of those details have been ironed out yet, but I would say
just keep them in mind as you move forward.
We could certainly we'll have to do things as a council to go over this, and we'll have to amend some of our ordinances and make some changes, but it would certainly be a good work session topic to kind of let you know where we're at. I would say, Mayor Staley's done a really good job leading out on this, and the work that the council has done to, we're the largest city who's implemented the landscape ordinance at this point, and now the other cities are following suit with what we have done. And so I think it shows good leadership on the part of Washington City to say, look, we're committed to this. We want to make sure that we have water into the future, and the other cities have been coming along as we've gone about it. But there's been some really good forward movement in the last couple of months.
Yeah, we've had there's been a lot of work involved on the water issue, and a lot of collaboration, and so appreciate the staff, appreciate Mike and his department and Lester and the manager. So we're making progress there. I think, probably the next thing that you'll hear me speaking about frequently is a regional reuse system. And as you think about that tour that we did a few months ago, and so I'll be continually advocating for a regional reuse system for pressurized secondary water and working through some of those details. But I think that's something that hopefully as I have an opportunity to interact with each of you and have an opportunity to kind of understand the concept better, then certainly we'll try to advocate for the funding to build that backbone and to just extend our water supply. So those are just a couple of high level things. I think also going forward, you'll probably we'll probably see some tiered rates come forward for water, and I think you'll also see some tightened up surcharges for the excess water users. And again, the concept right now is that those surcharges would go back into a pool that the municipalities could then apply for conservation projects. So there's a lot of movement right there on water. The only other thing a couple other things I would bring back to you just to report on from the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and of course Dixie MPO is a great website to go to, but our Region 4, are we Region 4, Mike? Region 4 UDOT Director Rick Torgerson will be retiring on July 8th, which hurts almost as badly as our Public Works Director retiring at the end of the year. But certainly we've had a great relationship with UDOT through Rick, and I know our Public Works Director, Mike, has a great relationship with Rick, and we'll be working with him on a few final things before he retires, and then he retires. So another thing that I'll just let you know let me just share with you real quick the transportation improvement plan. We've benefited for that greatly over the years, with our Merrill project and with our Washington Dam Road project, and even with this new George Washington Boulevard project. We benefited greatly with being part of that MPO. We don't have as many projects maybe on this current transportation improvement program, but there is a public comment. If you want to review that, go to that Dixie MPO website. You can look at those regional projects, and the public comment period starts on June 26th through July 31st. And that's a good way just to kind of see what's happening regionally with roads. And I hope that gives you a little bit of an update on things you can find valuable. And we'll move on to item 11, which is City Manager Report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of updates on some projects and different things happening around the city. The AMI meters continue to work towards installation. The poles have been installed, they're completed, the power supplies are in. So now we'll work towards site installation. That's another really good water saving project. Lester, Dalton, and I had a really good meeting with some representatives of the downtown irrigators a month or so ago, and I don't think I mentioned that, but it was a really good meeting to talk to some of those users and talk about some misconceptions that they had and things that they thought the city might be heading towards that were really not. But it was just really good dialogue, and they appreciated it. We'll plan to do that a couple of times a year, either way, just to let them know what's happening. Washington Dam Road and Buena Vista are both coming along really well. If you haven't been out to the Dam Road, it's now finished paving, and they'll be striping it. So it looks, as far as Mike's legacy project, it's a good project. It looks really nice. And Buena Vista, they're putting curb and gutter on the south side today. Should be paved by the 27th. So that is another project that's really one of those that you can really see and the residents can see, and it really helps. The last one to mention, the signals on Washington Fields Road and the new George Washington Boulevard and 3090 South are both going in. The concrete bases have been poured. Now they're giving it a 2-week cure time before they put up the poles. So pretty soon when you head south, you'll have a couple more lights to stop at. So that's coming along. That's my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Okay. Item 12, we do need to go to closed session for item 12A, which is purchase, exchange, or lease of property, and for item 12B, pending or potential litigation. I'll call for a motion to move into closed session for items, legal counsel. Do we? Yeah. Okay. I'll call for a motion to go into closed session, to move into closed session for 12A and B as explained, and also 12C, which character of professional competence of an individual.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we close the meeting and move to closed session.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We will, let's adjourn, let's take a 5-minute break and then meet in the conference room for closed session.